here. We've got a great turn for those RAC members and members of the public. Thanks for coming. We'll go over some ground rules here in a little bit, just to kind of orient everyone to the meeting and the proceedings and get in the agenda and share what we're going to be discussing today. But we'll start off with some introductions. So we'll go over here. We'll just go around the horseshoe and do introductions for the RAC members and the folks here from the department.
Thanks, Brian. Ivan Gall with the Water Resources Department out of Salem. I'm the Division Administrator for our Field Services Division and Acting Deputy Director for Water Management.
Good afternoon, Zach Reed with the Nature Conservancy. I'm a hydrologist by background. I lead the Nature Conservancy's Sustainable Water Program. I'm out of Bend.
I'm Roger Shealy. I'm at the Agricultural Research Service. Do research for primarily rangelands, but also have a small farm outside of town that I irrigate alfalfa.
Brenda Smith, RAC member. Susan Michael, RAC member, here primarily in the voice store, extent 12. Barbara Howard, RAC member. Larissa Singhos, RAC member, irrigator.
Travis Singhos, irrigator.
Karen Moon with the Watershed Council.
Good afternoon, Mark. RAC member, irrigator.
Ken Bentz, irrigator.
I'm Tim Seymour. I'm the Assistant Manager for the Groundwater Section based out of Pelham.
I'm Derek Boschman, hydrogeologist with the Water Resources Department.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and we'll go online here. We'll do with the folks from the department that are here joining us. Kelly, go ahead.
Kelly Mines, OWRD Policy Analyst and Rural Coordinator.
Thanks. And Laura.
I'm one of the other rules coordinators. I'm just back up here for Kelly today.
Thanks. Ben.
Ben Scandella, the groundwater data chief. I'm just listening in today.
Great, thanks. Is anybody I missed online that's with the department? No, there isn't. Okay, not that we need to introduce. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and go to our RAC members online. Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, Ben McKenna, RAC member, just been around my grandkids this weekend, decided didn't want to share what they had. Anyway.
Thank you. Brianna.
Sorry, I couldn't get that to work. Brianna O'Connor, RAC member.
Great, thanks. Brandon.
You're muted, Brandon.
How's it going, everyone? Brandon Haslake, Burns Pega Tribe.
Thank you. Let's see, Jeff.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeff Mackey, RAC member.
Yeah, John, go right ahead. John Rule, introduce yourself.
John Rule, Grant County Commissioner.
Hey, Sean. Lisa Brown.
Yeah, Lisa Brown, RAC member with Water Watch.
I think that looks like everybody that is a RAC member online that I'm noticing, but please let me know if you're here and you're a RAC member and you haven't introduced yourself. Okay, and Kristen, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Kristen Shellman, Harney County Commissioner.
Great, thank you. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so just some ground rules for everyone. You know, the benefit of a group like this is we have a cross section of interests, the folks that are here, so that's excellent. We're happy to have you here. And the point here is so you can express your viewpoints and we can hear each other in the different perspectives in the room. So it's asked that we treat each other respectfully in that regard, the value of having these different perspectives is we can understand where other people are coming from. So respect that. If you are online, just please remain muted when you're not speaking so we don't get that background noise. If you are online and you have a comment or question, just use that raise hand feature and I will keep my eye out. We'll have a couple of us keeping our eye out. So if you see your hand up, we will grab you. If you're in person, again, you know, it's helpful if you do just kind of raise your hand, make eye contact with me. I'll be scanning the horseshoe to see who has questions and comments. That way I can make sure you get them out there in the church in the order that you indicated. So that's always helpful. Public, great public turnout today. That's awesome. So thank you for coming. We you know, have the meeting set up in a way that we have the agenda items that are for the RAC members and the discussion of the RAC. So we appreciate that you respect that and allow the RAC members to be the focus of that dialogue during those agenda items. But we have two public comment times on the schedule. And when we look at the agenda, we'll all kind of describe that a little bit more. Kelly, do you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, can we, we're not seeing the presentation online. Can we share the screen?
Okay, we might have lost it. Give us a second.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, I think you're flagging that. How's that, Kelly? Good.
Good, see it now, thank you.
Yeah. All right, so just a little more details of what we just went into, and these are the more specific guidelines. So the role of the RAC is to attend and participate in meetings at the or online, provide input and advice, and help the department consider various perspectives. The public's role: listen during the presentation or RAC discussion from the audience or online, provide input and advice during the designated comment period of time. And then the role of the department, facilitate the meetings. So that's what I'm here for as a third party neutral, to help manage the meeting and help ensure that everyone's participating at the level that they want to. Foster collaboration. You know, we want to provide the opportunity for everyone to share their perspectives. So please do. It's a safe space. Again, I'll ensure that it is. So if you have a thought or question or, you know, perspective that you don't feel like is being shared yet, we definitely want to hear that. Consider the RAC and the public feedback. Again, you know, for the RAC members, those comment period times are there for you to hear some additional input and consideration that the public has to share. And then a draft final rules. That's ultimately the role of the department, is to create the rules at the end of this process. Next slide. So our agenda today, we have a pretty stacked agenda. So first, we're going to get into what does helping decline mean. We can spend some time on the regulation sideboard so people can wrap their head around a little bit the world in which the department needs to work within. We'll revisit the sub areas conversation. It's been an ongoing discussion, and there's some, I think we want to keep this conversation going. So we're going to update where we're at on that process. We inserted a public comment period time here at 2:50 just before the break. And the intention there is you know, previously, it would be valuable to provide comment before the meeting ends, because that way then the RAC members can hear that, consider that input, you know, throughout the, you know, for the remainder of the meeting. So there's that opportunity. And then in a second here, I'll try and get a feel for who's here to provide comment. We can organize that. We'll take a break. We'll get into a discussion about PTWs, municipal total withdrawal, fiscal impact statement. If there's time, you know, these are some pretty robust agenda items. So if it's okay if we're running long on some of these, we can probably kick fiscal impact statements to the next meeting if we need to. And then an additional time slot open public comment. So regarding public comment, just a show of hands, how many people do we have here that would like to provide public comment? One in the room and online.
Second one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Two in the room, okay, and one online. Any preference if you do it in the middle or at the end?
I prefer to go in the middle, please.
Great. And Ken, is middle work for
That'd
you?
be fine.
Okay, and then, okay, so we'll do at least those two during the middle. We'll see what we're doing on time. If we need to kick the third one out to the end, we might do that just to stay on track. But Yeah, we want to have that opportunity. Okay, that's the agenda. Moving on. Goals for today's meeting: clarify what the static water level trend of no decline means. We want to make sure we all fully understand that. Discuss the regulatory sideboards that the department must follow. Build a shared understanding for the need of sub areas and the role that those are intended to play. Discuss the methodology for developing the permissible total withdrawal, and then begin a discussion on fiscal impact statements at the first time. Here's just an overview of the process. We're right in the middle here. Seen this a few times, and this is a little bit of an update to the timeline. I can't remember if during the last meeting we saw this version or not, but we've we've kicked this out. Earlier, our end goal was September. We've moved that to December to allow more time for more RAC meetings, so we can make sure that a lot of these items have the opportunity to be discussed and understood. So, extending the timeline out by a few months. Yeah, Mark.
Thanks, Brent. Can we go back to goals?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people on the RAC, met with a lot of them Monday night, that would like to possibly add a goal there.
Okay.
The very first meeting, Tim Seymour said, "We're here to listen. We're here to try something different. We want to work for this community." That's not verbatim, but we can look at the meeting notes. There's a lot of us, mainly in ag, that I don't feel that's happening. We don't feel there's been two-way conversation that have resulted in any directional change with that part of this doing. We feel like we've been presented to, and we're continuing to be presented to. Without that ability that we spent the last 6 years on working on what works for us, what works for this community, and what gets to the goal that the commission would go. We'd like and hope that the department will acknowledge that today and figure out honestly how we work together on this instead of what is going to be done to us.
Okay. Valid, well stated. So I think, it's kind of things that I alluded to earlier, and this is the opportunity to have that two-way conversation. So I think that makes sense to the goal. Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and get started. First agenda item, what does halting declines mean?
Thanks, Brian. So if we go to the next slide. So in the last RAC meeting, we put up a slide that said the target water level trend that the department was proposing is to halt declines. And it became clear that we needed to reiterate that and clarify to some extent to try to make sure that we're all on the same page. So the goal of this work that we're doing here, what these rules are intended to do, is to stabilize groundwater levels. And there's many ways we can say it, and we have said it in these meetings. And so I just want to make sure that when we talk about what our goal here is, that we're all saying the same thing, and that we understand that these things all mean the same. And so when I say our goal is to stabilize groundwater levels, what we want to do is we want to halt declines, which also means achieving a target water level trend of 0. So water levels are not declining. And another way of saying that would be reducing usage so that groundwater level declines due to pumping slow and stabilize over time. We could also say it as stabilizing groundwater levels resulting in a new condition where changes in groundwater levels are due to climatic changes. So obviously the climate is changing. As we see less recharge, some level of groundwater decline is going to be caused by climate, and so we want to acknowledge that as well. But this is really our goal here, is to halt declines. We are not intending to put a line in the sand or a water level elevation that we're going to hold the basin to. The goal is to track groundwater levels and their trends over time, and to bring that water level trend, which is primarily negative throughout the basin, so we're seeing declines, to a place where we're not declining any longer. That's the goal. So we go to the question.
I just want to ask one question that's kind of confused me in this process. I'm an ecologist, rangeland ecologist, been working with the folks working with juniper and juniper expansion. The land management agencies, around recognize the very dramatic encroachment of juniper in the foothills. And we have done the research to show the massive amounts of water that's being transpired from the ground through the increased encroachment of junipers that is clearly affecting groundwater. And it just, my question is, why wouldn't, I mean, that is such a substantial number that it could be, it's not just the irrigators, but it could be that the management of the adjacent land is dramatically affecting the recharge in these areas. And wouldn't it be essential to have land management agencies that are responsible for this encroachment involved in making a solution to this problem?
It's a very good point. I believe we did invite members of BLM to join
I
this.
mean, I just don't, yeah, I just don't see how we can come up with a solution without, I mean, it's easy to work on the one obvious extractor, but there are massive amounts of reasons these waters are declining, and we need to address all of the components, not just put all the burden on one of the components.
I'm gonna capture that. I'm gonna start a flip chart here of parking lot items, because I know that that's something we're prepared to really get into right now. It's a valid point. I think it's something we need to capture.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment. We'll have to think on that and get back to you.
Roger, I appreciate it. We've got, reports that quantify.
Yeah, we do.
Consumption uses of these, that would be.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Especially if those also quantify the impacts as compared to what the other natural evapotranspiration would be, right? So rangeland grasses.
Yeah, there's a lot of data on it. It's not as, you know, doing watershed level research is pretty tricky because replication is difficult, but there's more and more information across Oregon that I think would be adequate in trying to estimate both the encroachment and the amount of water that's being transpired by the increasing. But I just think those folks that have been managing that over the last few decades and that have a huge impact on the amount of water that goes into these systems need to be here to help us discuss how to solve the problem and not just expect the one obvious irrigators are definitely extracting water, but there's other components that are equal, maybe even equally, or at least partially significantly responsible for the loss of water in the system. So I just think they need to be involved so we can all try to solve the problem in addressing each of the components rather than just the one obvious one as the irrigators are.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Did I see another hand up in the room?
Mark.
So Tim, are we gonna have a discussion whether the RAC members agree with that goal? And if we're gonna talk about the time period in order to achieve that, or is this the department's goal that they're presenting to the community?
So this is our proposed goal. And with all things in this meeting, we would appreciate your feedback on that goal. We will talk a little bit more about timing later on in the presentation. But that will come in the next set of slides, not that timing wasn't intended to be part of this conversation.
So this is the appropriate time to have that back and forth when you put up a slide. This is what we're struggling with this group. You put up a slide, you present to us any questions. So when you're saying questions, is this our time to say, hey?
Sure, absolutely.
I'll start. So some of the administrative basements have shown less than even a 25-foot decline. Some of them
that true?
Sub areas,
Some of the.
I call them administrative basins, but I don't think they're considered sub areas, so.
Some of it show less than 25-foot decline, correct?
Yes.
So even, I know PDW is a different conversation, but PDW comes to this conversation. So we're going to restrict paper water rights in some areas that haven't even triggered a 25-foot level decline. Haven't triggered an 8% of the total saturation of the aquifer, which is probably going to be the new standard to where you would stop allocating permits in the future. So some of our basins are going to be held to a standard, administrator will be held to a standard of reducing paper water where other parts in the state would have that same level, would still be allocating water. Is that a correct statement? I think the difference there is that we are talking about the single, what we have said from the beginning to the end is that we're dealing with a single groundwater reservoir, right? Everything is hydraulically connected. The sub-area approach is intended to focus our efforts in the areas with the most severe decline. But all decline, or each area's decline, impacts other areas, the timing of which depends on subsurface materials. And in some cases, the timing may be thousands of years. In other cases, the timing may be very much shorter than that, like single digit numbers of years. And so what we're trying to balance is an entire system that is connected with time horizons that extend between, like, what I'll call immediate, being within the next few years, and time horizons that are beyond any of our lifetimes. And balancing that as we look to figure out how to manage this basin effectively. I'm not sure if that answered your question, but that's how it's pretty, but back to my direct question. Yeah. Will there be administrative basins or sub basins that will be held to less than the paper water right that have not triggered a 25-foot decline or 8% of the saturated aquifer?
Let me take a crack at that, Mark. And I think the discussion we've had so far on the sub areas, and I can see how we're going to be mixing and mashing topics today. The department's proposed 15 sub areas so we can more strategically manage water use and get at some of these sub areas that have declines. 6 of those 15 really rise to the level of pretty high concern with the department because of significant decline totals and significant decline rates. That, for the short term, is going to be the department's focus for groundwater reductions, and in some cases, significant groundwater reductions through any number of different mechanisms. I think it's a little clouding the waters to ask or to bring in the groundwater allocation rules into a basin that we've closed off allocation, and those criteria really don't apply anymore. So the basin as a whole is out of the water budget. You know, it's out of balance. We've talked about that over the years with the study. We've stopped allocating new water rights here. Some folks have continued to grow into existing permits, which is unfortunate. And some are going to continue to do that, which is unfortunate. But the 6 sub areas where our focus is going to be for reductions in the near term, next 5 to 10 years, just because of the process that's going to get laid out. If we have to go through the contested case process and mandatory curtailments, that really is our focus right now. The other 9 sub areas where some of these conditions of less than 25 feet of total decline exist, those are a lower priority for us. We're not going to ignore them. We're going to continue to monitor them, but eventually we may end up having to do reductions and curtailments there as well of some kind. So I don't know how better to answer your question, but, we're done allocating here. The basin as a whole has a problem with its water budget. And the sub-area approach that we laid out there for our purposes, we think is the best path forward. And I recognize it raises some questions, and we'll certainly, that'll be another topic we'll talk about more today. So does that get at your question?
No, but it's fine.
Can I ask it a different way?
Sure.
So what other areas in Oregon are held to a zero decline standard, whether they've been studied or not? I know you're saying, well, we've been studied, so we have different standards. But if we drop 4 feet, but they drop 4 feet, say Deschutes, why is that different than here? Just because maybe they're not in a study or somewhere else. So my point is, what is the standard and why? I know there's places in Oregon that aren't zero decline. It's all over the state. We go to zero decline in the state, we might as well just, I mean, a lot of it will be shut down. That's just reality. So, I mean, I guess that's another way of asking another way of saying, and who else is zero decline standards?
Right now, no one, because this is the first time we're rolling these out. So, yeah, if you want to know, are you being singled out, then you're the first one on the list for us to get after. The other two critical groundwater areas, Butter Creek and Stage Gulch, which are the salt aquifer systems up in the Umatilla Basin. In some of those areas, we had to curtail, some of the sub areas there, we had to curtail as much as 90% of the permitted use. And they're still going down. Since those critical groundwater areas were brought or created in the early 1990s, we've seen 100 feet of additional declines. So when we get time, we'll be circling back to those critical areas and fine tuning management that hasn't been checked in on basically 30 years. We've continued the monitoring of both water levels and groundwater use, but just haven't had the capacity to deal with it. The other thing I think, as you're well aware, is that a lot of this process down here was waiting on the Division 10 rule update. And that just got done here, Kelly, what, a year ago, September, they were adopted. So, yeah, you guys are the first ones out of the gate to go under the new Division 10 rule process, basically. But there's other areas around the state that are on the list,
So is Division 10 when the zero decline came into the department standards?
No, the zero decline is coming from our statutes that tell us we need to determine and maintain reasonably stable groundwater levels. So the department's interpretation of that, and I hope it's your community's interpretation of that, is we don't want declining groundwater levels. Those are bad. They're bad for business, they're bad for the ecosystem, they're bad for everybody out there, as we've seen the impacts of that. This is an aspirational target. The key is how fast are we going to try and get to that? That's really where the discussion's at. But I think it should be the community's goal. It's the department's goal that we don't want declining groundwater levels. There's just nothing good that comes out of that. So. Is that?
Just a follow-up question that's relevant to what this halting declines mean. I like the North Star of no decline, because to me that means sustainable water use. And just as a clarifying question, I think we'll learn more about this. I look forward to having that PTW discussion later. But halting declines doesn't mean fully stopping pumping. Is that fair to say?
Correct. That's correct.
So that's not what halting declines ends up meaning.
Right, and I hope I didn't put that up there, that it means no pumping. My intent was reducing usage. Right, so we have to reduce our usage in order to stabilize groundwater.
Yeah, Kristen, and then we'll go here.
And I think what's leading into this, and I know it got put at the bottom of the agenda, but really in this community, if we want to make community-wide decisions, we do need to understand the fiscal impact of everything we say. And so I know it got put at the bottom of the agenda, but really it's a priority for this group and the folks that, met the other night to understand also, as we determine hard numbers, because you're asking this RAC to come up with some hard numbers along the way and be in agreement with those numbers. we also need to understand if we're reducing usage in certain parts of the basin. Right now, we're being told that, you know, the department feels most comfortable with 15 sub areas. But we would also like the comparison if you were to put it into the 3 major basins instead of breaking it down into this 15. You know, that really is a big discussion. I feel like we've really drilled down to the 15, but we don't know what it looks like if you stay at the larger 3 basins that the community really understands more to be the basins of this. You know, we have 3 major sub basins with Silver Creek, Sylvies, and that. And so I think we need to understand both pictures, because you're asking us to choose the 15 and just kind of follow that trail. But we also need to understand what is it when you look at it with the original sub areas that the community is much more familiar with.
So are you asking for like PTW numbers and curtailment numbers if we looked at it from a sub-basin approach?
Yes, because if you look at what these 6 priorities are that you guys have brought up, we understand that you're looking at very severe reduction in those 6. But if you were to pull it out to a bigger scale and have these larger sub areas, what would that look like? I think that for me as a RAC member, I'd like to know that. The other piece would be also right alongside of it, we really do need to understand more about fiscal impact, because that will weigh in on how that timeline that we propose plays out, and whether the RAC makes some decisions at this point, but then in our final part of this piece of the RAC, we come back and say that within this many years, we want to know what the measurement date is, and we want to reopen the RAC to then look at, you know, where we are and where we need to get to in the next so many years, you know. And so I think that I feel like this RAC can't be just some one and done for our community, especially as a closed basin. This is going to be an ongoing discussion, but we need to kind of understand more about, as a RAC, what are things that we can agree to right now in a shorter timeline where we could get on board, and then at what point can we open that back up as we have more data, as we understand with the reduction that does occur, where are we stabilizing, where are we heating, starting to hit some equilibrium. We've been in a 20-year drought in this area. That's, you know, the climate piece. What if we get in a cycle where we're at that 20-year drought and we start having more recharge, and we start having the Forest Service engage in more practices where they're cleaning up the juniper, you know? And so I think that we've got to keep this as an open dialogue into the future, but we need to understand as a RAC, like, what are our opportunities for that to engage, you know, other agencies in the management piece, and how soon they can get there with coming on board with trying to prioritize this basin to have less, you know, withdrawal from things like juniper. And so I think, you know, it all feeds into that last part of our agenda, but it really is a key piece that has to come alongside of so many of these other agenda items.
Kristen, or do you think Weaver Springs is anomaly compared to the 3 hydro?
Well, and that's, you know, like we see places like Weaver Springs that have very unique geology within the basin. I'm a geologist. I understand that part. I think most folks in the community are up to speed on how the geology in the subsurface looks like in that particular area. I don't think you'll find anybody in this community that can argue that it has very poor subsurface that's creating anomaly within all the basins in this whole Harney Basin. And so I think, you know, can we break that out as a separate piece would be a conversation to have. Like, if we do go with these bigger sub areas, can we still allow that in the Dog Mountain area, because they are so interconnected, to be regulated separately, but not necessarily have it be regulated the same as these other 6, you know? Those are things that I think the community currently is on board with, saying, yes, that should be regulated. It is a unique situation, but we're not quite there with this 15, and we would like to understand better what these bigger sub basins do in comparison.
Okay.
That's very helpful. I think a number of us are capturing notes, so I think that would be good. I think we had one here, we'll go here, but then we pick back up on the slides, because, yeah. I think it was said well, so many of these things are running parallel and intertwined, but, you know, we get through some of the information that helps maybe paint a picture. So.
Yeah, I don't want to be too simple-minded here, but it was a shock when I served on the Section 10 rulemaking process to discover that the law that the rules have to address is decades old. That law has been on the books since the 70s. And it might be useful to actually pull up the language of that law that you are charged with responding to and working within. Because I think it's hard for us to wrap our head around how long this has been the stabilized groundwater levels, and yet it hasn't been occurring. And I say that as somebody who got to watch the Butter Creek thing up close and personal. I mean, my clients were part of that 90% impact, and they had to change a lot of things about what they grew out there. So I just think that it might be useful to do some deeper history for the room, because that statute, finding out that that was written in the 70s was really a shock for me. And I think it would be for most of the people in the room.
Thank you. Yeah, I know we are going to talk about some of the regulatory side work. I don't agree that we'll get into that, but I think that'd be great to share. We'll do one more and get back into the process. Go ahead.
So, Kristen, I agree with the last 2/3 of what you said. I don't think I agree with the first third. Meaning if you move the 15 out to 3, you're going to lose the site-specific nature of the problem areas and the adjacent aquifers. So I support the 15, where you're focusing from a problem out, because we don't have all the answers on, in my opinion, on the attributes of some of those smaller aquifers and problem areas and areas that don't have problems. So I think it definitely is better to administer from the inside out, not assuming the things you need to assume to regulate 3 areas in towards the problem area. I think it takes you into artificial places that won't be site specific and will not be helpful in better understanding all these smaller areas. So the last 2/3 totally agree with community perspective, but we have to keep site specific management data in the mix somehow.
Can I just follow that up though?
Okay.
And this kind of goes back to what Julie was talking about, is there's nobody that engaged in purchasing water rights, engaging in developing water rights that did it illegally. And I just think that sometimes we put out there that these were illegal practices of some sort to do the level of water extraction that's occurred in the state. It was not. It was all very legal under the water laws of Oregon.
Eventually.
Do you want to clarify?
I've been around long enough where, current acting director Woodcock and I rolled into town in 2008. And the focus of the conversation then was about, if you would like to irrigate from groundwater, you need to apply for a permit and get the permit and then develop your system. Because we had a lot of folks who were drilling wells and putting up irrigation systems. And then if the water master got around to it and talked to them, then they would apply for it. So, but eventually they got legal and we're good today.
And some of that was, department staff and everything else, with the lack thereof, the lack of funding and measuring and reporting and being able to monitor within our own basin. So yes, that was occurring, but what folks have done was not illegal practices. And so when you look at the law of prior appropriation, which is what Division 10 addresses, is that correct? it brings it into, the reason why there needed to be a Division 10 rulemaking process is those things were not in line in statute and rule that.
Well, yeah, the
rules
statutes
hadn't been
were-
written. The
this-
rules had not been written.
Well, there were Division 10 rules, but they reflected the pre-1991 statutes, so they had to be updated because the statutes were updated in 91. And the focus of the Division 10 rules is in the unfortunate circumstance when allocation gets out of balance with the system, we get a critical groundwater area designation, and that's been we can have critical areas for other issues like water quality problems or thermal interference. But the only one that we've really struggled with in Oregon is over allocation, leading to groundwater level declines, and the state having to step in and declare or create new critical groundwater areas. So that's the focus of.
And then once that critical groundwater shortage designation area is put in place, that allows for curtailment, which typically within the community, there was a large understanding that that came down to priority date with the
Yes.
water rights.
That's how it's been done to date in the Butter Creek and Stage Gulch area.
And that is one reason why I am proposing these larger subbasins, because I feel like a lot of folks that engage in this and have invested under the premise that water law was dictated by priority. And so I feel like in just coming in with these 15 basins, it circumvents the original premise that a lot of people developed water rights under. And the folks in the community that I've talked to and that have brought this up, they feel like that the 15 basins circumvents the original water law understanding that they invested in, essentially. And so to arbitrarily come in and cut off folks that do have better priority dates, it does give a lot of folks in this community heartburn, because that was the understanding of water law when water rights were developed in this basin.
I think that one step further, it's, water rights were put in first in time, first in line to make sure you got a return on your investment for putting infrastructure in. That's the basis of the law. So there's been ranches and farms purchased within the last 5 to 7 years on that basis. They paid for the infrastructure that was put there, assuming that they have the security of an old water right. Assuming they have the old security of a water right that was in the 50% oldest in the Sylvia's Basin. Now, because of administrative areas, that is taken away. So the premise of the water law to invest protection for that infrastructure, you're turning that upside down.
Statewide. I mean, it's statewide. Because once it's done here, then the prior appropriation concept is out the window statewide. And that's because if we're going to shut off wells simply because they decline with no consideration of their priority date, then that will be the new standard as to why a well be shut off. It'll have nothing to do with your priority date. If your well's going down, we're gonna shut yours off. So then once that'll all get trundled off to court someday. And my guess is that the prior appropriation bill, whether it's right or wrong, I'm just saying that's what's been the law, that's what the law was prior to us being a state, and that's probably what's going to prevail. Kenny, I agree with you most of the way there. So I'll step back and skip to the PTW discussion because I think it's relevant. The 15 sub areas allow the department to focus on areas of significant groundwater declines in total and rate of decline that I don't think the department's going to tolerate. So those cones, the amount of decline and the rate of decline is not tolerable in Oregon. We don't like it. These allow us to strategically or surgically focus on those declines. If we need to fix those declines because they're not tolerable, and we need to honor prior appropriation in its purest sense, then we are concerned that with a sub-basin approach, we would have to curtail significantly more users, starting with the most junior, and continue down until those intolerable declines were fixed. And for the community, that's going to be harder than for the more surgical approach. And happy to take questions and your input on that, but our understanding of the hydrogeology, the proximity of these things, it's really, we feel strongly, and I think it would be borne out by the monitoring data that would occur as this rolled out. The cuts would be a lot broader and a lot deeper than needed to get to those decline rates and those focused areas of decline. So,
but I know we're getting off after.
It's all right. I mean,
But the problem that I have with the sub areas is that we're trying to have it both ways. Is either is one basin, which means we don't just pick and choose the low spots to determine that's what the water level is. The water level is an average across the entire basin, the groundwater level. If it's one basin, if it is not, and we should break it up into different basins and treat it that way. But what we're trying to do is have both, have it both ways. And we can't do that. I recognize that from an administrative standpoint, it's much simpler to do it that way. But these decisions need to be made with what happens underground, not what happens in office in Salem. And that's, I think that some of the reasons that we're going this direction is because from an administrative standpoint, it's easier to get people's arms around. I'm not trying to start a fight or anything. I'm just, that's my view.
I hear you, Ken, so I'm gonna ask a question. I'm not following what you mean by a water level across the whole basin, because they vary greatly. Are you talking a water level trend?
Well, if we're hydraulically connected, then some area that's getting, more water is getting pumped out of it is gonna have a lower level. That's correct. But the whole basin as a whole, what is the average decline in the basin? So why, if we're gonna talk about the water Fred's pumping in relationship to the water that I'm pumping, if it's one basin, which I don't think Fred and I are probably connected with where you're pumping water, but if it is all one basin, then the average between, if we were the only two monitoring wells, the average between those two would be what the average in the basin would be. Roughly.
Let me add one thing. So I mean, the data we've seen, we take a Q1 or Q3, we come up with a mean or a median. You can do the same thing across the basin on groundwater trends. If it's all connected, we actually get the PTW, that'll be zero decline. Over time, everything will fill in and level out. You take it down to 15 of mature basins, what do you next? 30? What do you do after that? Every well that trips 50 foot, you shut it off regardless of priority feed. That's the path you're headed down, is managing well level, not managing by aquifer level.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say there. I mean, a groundwater level as measured in a well is a direct measurement of the aquifer level at that location. And it varies obviously across the basin. Given the size of the basin, I'll look to Dark. I'm not sure there's any value in trying to come up with an average water level elevation or an average groundwater level decline trend. It might be interesting just for a soundbite, but I don't know from a practical perspective how useful something like that would be. Ken, back to one of the other comments, we're not creating 15 sub areas because it's administratively easier. It's not. It's 15 things we got to track and look at as opposed to 1 or 3. We just think, again, if we don't do that, and if we come into a sub basin and I try and fix some of these localized steep declines and decline rates, the amount of cuts 10 or 15 or 20 miles away that are not going to show up and manifest there for some years is going to be huge. And we don't want to do that. We're trying to manage the water use as best we can. And we believe we have the authority to create sub areas and manage those individually as needed to get these decline rates under control. A judge may not agree, for sure. And I suspect somebody will want to litigate this at some level. But if we were to go with a 3 sub-basin approach and try and fix the steep decline rates in those sub-basins, again, we're just worried that the level of cuts would be a lot deeper into the priority date system as a whole. More acres would dry up. There would be less water available in order to get there. And it would probably be, Dark and I were talking last night, I'm not sure how we'd even come up with a PTW for a sub-basin, the sub-basin. It may not be as simple as adding up the PTWs for the sub areas within the sub-basin. We'd have to talk about that.
So what we need is models to show that.
A model would help. That's where a model is really useful in saying if we take and do this at this location, how fast do the results occur and what do they look like?
So is that something that the department can bring to the next meeting?
The model isn't ready for use yet, unfortunately.
I think we hope, I don't know, we got any updates on that? No.
It's in review.
It's still in review.
I wouldn't mind adding just one more way to kind of back this up and think about it in its most simplest sense is we got 15 sub areas. Let's take it out to just one basin, right? And let's think about Weaver Springs. If we look at the hydrograph in Weaver Springs, we know things were stable. The level of pumpage in Weaver Springs was stable up until 1993 or so. So we know in Weaver Springs, we have to back off pumpage to pre-1993 levels. And if we're treating the whole basin all together, everybody's throwing their lot in with that worst area. And if we're applying prior appropriation, we're backing everybody off to 1993 levels to achieve stability there in Weaver Springs. There's trade-offs there with how big the sub areas are.
Might be better than 1977.
Well, there may be some areas where 93 doesn't quite get you there. And
I think this is obviously what people want to drill in on, so it's okay that we're not necessarily on topic with the agenda, because it's something we need to get into. And probably where where we head ultimately, ideally, is somewhere where we can benefit from both scenarios, right? There's an opportunity to utilize the basin approach and area approach, strategically, but it's probably take a little bit of work to land there.
I think this is actually a really good transition to my next slide, because we're talking about choices in how we manage, right? So we've talked about the water budget a lot, and we've talked about what managing to the water budget means. And everybody should have seen this slide before, the right hand, the figure in this slide. This is what came out of the study. And this is what we've used to say, we're 110,000 acre feet out of balance. But a water budget is only truly in balance pre-development when there's no pumpage, because recharge in equals discharge out. And so when we pump groundwater, we are taking away from some form of natural discharge or from some form of natural storage. And so if we're going to manage based on a water budget and we're 110,000 acre feet out of balance, then we have to cut at least 110,000 acre feet. If we're not going to cut at least that far, we have to decide on what the tolerable amount of decrease to natural discharge is. And that's your groundwater dependent ecosystems, that's your springs, your seeps, your lake. And at that point, it becomes really difficult, one, to decide what that tolerable amount of impact on the natural environment is. And it becomes extremely difficult to monitor, because we have to monitor how much water is being consumed by groundwater dependent ecosystems. We have to figure out how much spring discharges happen each year. We have to figure out how much discharge is going into the lake each year. And at the end of the day, this is all just a proxy for what the problem is, which the problem is water levels, climbing water levels. So we go to the next slide. The benefits of managing the water level trend is one, it's required by statute. ORS 537, 525, the policy statement in the Groundwater Act of 1955 states that the department shall determine and maintain reasonably stable groundwater levels. So this isn't like that requirement isn't new, as Julie rightly pointed out. Water level trend data can be directly measured, and that data is readily available. So DARC and others go out and measure wells every quarter, and we get that data and we're able to use it to understand what's happening under the ground. It's, as I said, straightforward to monitor. And gauging success is straightforward. What is the water level doing year over year? Did we lose another 5 feet, 10 feet? Did we gain a foot? What, where are we at? And we can look at that trend. And it also reflects local conditions in the system, right? So we've got a hole in the ground in a specific location and we know what is going on there. And that can tell us about what is going on in the system from a discharge and pumpage standpoint and what is going on from a recharge standpoint. As we compare water use.
So the problem is if you do that over a 10-year period, we're dealing with water issues that could be leveling out over 100-year period. So if you have 5 years of data within 100-year, it may or may not reflect anywhere in the true picture of what's happening. And so you have to have some kind of feedback mechanism that allows you to continue to reassess what's going on and to be able to upgrade what you're doing so that it reflects the actual long-term trends, not the short-term 5-year, 10 years in this project is a short-term trend. And I don't know how much data you have, but even 30 years would be suspicious, but we know in research that you have to have a cross-cut of 4 years or so of data in order to even begin to adequately quantify the hydrological relationships between what's going on out there. So, I mean, the question I have is just, do we have enough data to actually start developing anything that makes any sense? Or are we on this dry, droughty extreme end of things, and now we're trying to implement off from it? I just worry about how much data you have and whether or not it's taking that the 100 years that our ecosystems are paying attention to, and we look at it for 35 years and we're trying to manage based on that. That worries the heck out of me, to be honest with you. I just think the next 10 years could be completely opposite of the last 10. And here we're struggling to manage for the worst conditions we've had in millennia. So I don't know how to help that, but I do think that it has to have adequate amounts of data. And even the simplest research that we do just in a few years, we have to have 40 years of weather data in order to make it fit anything that makes any sense.
So thank you for that comment. I want to table that, and Dark is going to get into the data we have and what we use.
Sorry, I take it back.
Well, it looks like I shouldn't be allowed to take things up.
Tim, in statute, it says reasonably stable, right?
Yes.
Reasonably stable ever been identified or defined before?
It was defined in the critical groundwater area rules for Butter Creek and for Stage Bay.
And the level, what is the definition?
I would have to go pull the rules. Sorry, I don't have it memorized. I can do that at the break. I can do that. So the last thing is that water levels can be confirmed by third parties. So it's not just the department of scientists out there doing it. It can be USGS, it can be a properly trained well owner, it can be a CWRE, or an agent, whoever, but we can all go out there and stand around a well and put an E-tape down it and identify what the water level is. And we can all agree what it is. So managing by water level trends, from our perspective, is the most straightforward way to address the problem of declining groundwater levels. The problem is that, let's measure to that and let's manage that. That's what we're going for, so. Comments or questions about that? Because I think we're on to the next thing if that's the case.
So, if a third party were to be involved, how would that data be utilized?
They'd have to move it to the department and we put it in the database, and then it shows up. Yeah, we flag, we get submitted data from, like pump installers and well drillers as part of our monitoring program out there, the permit conditions. And it's just flagged as data, measured by a pump installer, well driller.
Can I make, this, I know this is tiresome to you guys and I apologize, but one of the things that I am worried about is the discussion about Harney County being the first one you're approaching. At some point, we have to think about the economic and fiscal aspects associated with reducing groundwater availability for irrigators. And that if we just pick on one area in Oregon, the business that you're affecting is across multiple areas. And if we have to find a way to compensate, if you did it all at once for everybody, then our businesses would be on the same equal footing and we would be competing with other people producing products on an even keel. But people who you're not addressing are going to have a real distinct advantage because they don't have any water issues they're dealing with, and we are. So it's going to push Harney County at an economic disadvantage because we're the first ones you're approaching this with. And at some point, we're going to have to find, and I'm sure there are ways of finding economic ways of moderating that decline in Harney County, so you can catch up with the rest of the county so that we don't end up having everybody producing all kinds of hay, but we can't because you decided to look at us first. We have to find a way to moderate that factor. We need to be I think no matter what the levels are, we will end up being a competitive industry. We can't be competitive if we're spot on the target area and everybody else is running as usual. I'm hoping that at some point we can talk about how we're going to provide some kind of way for us to continue to be competitive during the period of which you're trying to reduce the other groundwater sites too, so that we all can stay in the game. Otherwise, the first group you work with is gonna bite the big one because they can compete with the people with water. And so we have to make sure that we pay attention to that. Otherwise, Harney County goes out of business while we're waiting for you to do the other people, and then we're gone when in fact things would be more even. You gotta keep the competitiveness of agriculture on a fairly even keel across a region. Otherwise, we're gone.
Thank you for that comment. I'll have to think more about what you said. How they sort of respond.
Thank you.
So,
If I could add to you, Tim, that is a great commentary, Roger, for the fiscal impact. That's the kind of thing we're looking for, right? When we're preparing this fiscal impact statement. So I appreciate the comment. Thank you.
Yeah, good. This is in a totally different direction, so I'm glad that Kelly chimed in. I had a different question that was kind of following up from what Kenny was mentioning earlier about averaging across large areas. The basin's huge. When we talk about what does zero decline mean, is that a average rate of decline across many wells? Is it zero decline? What does it look like functionally? What is the metric? Is it a median? Is it a mean in each of these 15 sub areas?
yeah, so I'm gonna let the groundwater expert.
Yeah, so if you look basin wide and ask what's the average groundwater level decline or elevation, I'm not sure what that statistic represents in a meaningful way, because there is so much variability. As you narrow down into smaller parts of the basin where wells behave more similarly to each other, those statistics start to hold more meaning because the variance is smaller across a smaller area. The variance is still there, right? Regardless of what size of postage stamp you're looking at. But certainly in the smaller area you look at, the more similarity you're gonna see, and those mean or median values are gonna be more representative of that overall population of data. So right now, the thinking is, as far as we're looking forward, is a sub area, has it reached that no decline threshold? We'd probably be thinking about a median value across that sub area, recognizing that there's gonna be some that are gonna be a little bit higher. I think if you're looking at a mean value, that's gonna probably require some rising levels, and I don't think we're expecting to do that. So I think the median is probably the best statistic to go with on that. Certainly open to feedback and recommendations, but I think the median is probably the most defensible value to think about. I mean, ideally, we've got all wells with zero decline, but we have to be probably a little more flexible, at least in the near term. And I think a median value could work.
Or only the decline as a result of climate.
That's right.
Say that again.
Only the decline as a result of climate. So we have wells declining in the state that aren't near any groundwater production at all, just due to climate and increased evapotranspiration off the landscape, so less recharge. And so, again, zero decline is an aspirational target. It's a goal. We probably in my lifetime aren't going to get there because the climate's not going to allow us to get there. So keep in mind, we're trying to slow the declining groundwater levels that are a result of development and pumping, or juniper, whatever the factors are, things that we can control. We aren't going to actually get to zero, I don't think.
So just to put a pin in that, it's median rates of decline assessed at a sub-area level over some time period that provides, a little bit of certainty around temporal variability, and within some climate envelope or some climate window that's capturing natural climate variability in that sub-area. Is that the right way to characterize what no further declines mean?
I think that's right.
Yeah, I'd say that's an excellent summation.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Very succinct. Thank you.
So a couple things, we'll transition here.
Can I say one thing really quick, Ryan?
Yep.
So what I heard loud and clear out of this one is that we want to see options of bigger sub areas versus smaller sub areas and what that impact actually looks like. Did I capture that correctly? And we want to understand what the impact on prior appropriation is, doing the smaller versus the larger. Okay. I'm good with that. And then one
follow-up too, to maybe kind of what Zach was saying, just to make sure I understand it. So, the wells are being monitored periodically. So obviously when pumps are turned on versus when they're turned off, a lot of wells do respond. And so can you just speak for just a second to how that's captured when you're using median data and trying to decide, how to model that, over time of
Sure.
pump, when it's pumping versus when it isn't, how much it responds.
Yep, there's a few things, I guess, to think about there. The first is we always verify whether or not the measurement we're making is a true static measurement. So the well's not pumping, the well's not recovering from just having recently pumped. So we're interested in static water level measurements. So that requires taking multiple measurements over a period of, say, 5 or 10 minutes to see if that's changing in that short period of time. And that verifies that it's static. That's kind of step one. And then you got to think about how water levels change, both throughout, say, an individual year, so over the seasons, and then how they change over multiple years. And certainly, water levels are kind of the highest in the spring. The water's melting out of the mountains, everything's flooded up, and then irrigation starts kicking on and water levels start going down and things start drying out, and you've got your kind of low point in the late summer, fall. We're always interested in comparing that spring, what we call a spring high measurement. So we're looking at comparing from one spring to the next spring. What is the difference in those two measurements? And if it's lower the next spring and lower again the next and again the next and the next, then that's our decline trend, right? So you kind of have to filter out the noise for this type of analysis of those irrigation, those late season lows, those seasonal lows, and just look at the year-to-year high measurements. Does that get to where your question was?
Yeah, I was just wondering, you know, which of that season throughout the year it's based off of. So if it's based off the high, then that, you know.
That's kind of been our statewide approach, is to look at the spring highs, and that occurs somewhere between February and March, April, May, depending on where you're at in the state. And our quarterly measurements that we set up here are targeted to get out when things are before the pumping kicks in. So I don't, is it, you do
We come out in
January,
February and then in May.
February, May.
And importantly, you know, we've got 20 some odd recorder wells that are taking a measurement every hour. And those really capture all that detail. So yeah, we're interested in seeing how far up does the aquifer at that location recover that spring before the pumping starts pulling it down again. And that's the important measurement.
Okay, last thing I'll follow up with is, Mark asked a question, Umatilla critical groundwater area defined reasonably stable as declines. What? Declines of less than 1 foot per each year over a sub area, and an average rate over 5 consecutive years displays no decline. So it is within parameters of 5 years, no decline. And so it matches with this.
And how's that work?
Well, it hasn't.
And wells have dropped 3.74, 5.76 in the last year.
Sure, we need to get back there and we need to do something about it. I completely recognize that.
Okay, couple housekeeping. If everyone could speak up in the room, some of the folks online are having a little trouble hearing. There was a comment online, just an FYI, and this can be part of the economics conversation later, but there is prep money secured to help the Hardy Basin and transition to sustainable pumping levels. So something that we can consider here in, you know, moving forward in the conversation. So we'll get back on it. Obviously, we're kind of, you know, we're a little bit all over the place, but that's okay. We're taking the conversation to the areas that people want to discuss, but as we get into these next presentations for the presenters, you know, if there's areas to zero in on, areas we can zoom past because maybe we've already talked about it, we'll attempt to do that. We can all attempt to do that. That maybe help keep us on schedule and ideally get to all the items we want to be able to get to today. So moving on, regulation sidebars. And that's Kelly, correct?
Yep. 1 second, let me share my screen. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Yeah.
We've got stock his here. Hold on a second. Okay, you're good. Go ahead, Kelly.
Great. Okay. So I'm hearing a lot of some questions about like mechanisms of written in the rules for rechecked conditions, Roger. And so I'm hoping with this conversation, I can answer those questions. So the intent of this part of the PowerPoint is to kind of lay out what we can and cannot do and what regulatory framework we need to follow in terms of the critical groundwater area and where the flexibility can come in play with the rules. And the reason why we are having this conversation, and Tim, Ivan, Brian, stop me. I can't really see the room, so stop me if there's questions, please. Just interrupt me. Okay, so the reason why we're having this conversation right now is that, like Mark said, we have heard that, you know, the community wants flexibility and creativity, and we've received questions to kind of define, well, what are the sidebars that OWRD needs to follow? And so hopefully after this short presentation here, I can lay out very clearly what we need to follow and where the creativity and flexibility comes into play. So key takeaways, right? The first one, if you're going to just talking to you on the screen, you're gonna blank me out. Just the 4 things I want you to remember. 1, water tends to achieve stable groundwater levels through target water level trend of 0 decline. I even talked about the reasonably stable. So we're creating groundwater levels to be reasonably stable in the basin at our target water level trend of 0 decline. Okay, then our RS, I'm just gonna RS 537.735 here, right? That is the critical groundwater statutes. One of the statutes, there are 4 of them, but that one lays specifically what we have to do in the rules and what we may add to the rules when we're drafting up critical groundwater rules. The next point I'm going to make during this rule is that the adoption of the 512 rules by the commission does not immediately result in curtailment orders. So I'm going to make that point again. As soon as these rules are adopted in December, curtailment does not happen. We need to follow a contested case process, which is laid out in Division 10, or Division 10 rules of how we need to curtail groundwater users. We just point out, and I'll put it in the chat later, but we did a informational session and we laid out all the steps we need to follow here. So if you want more details on that point, I'm glad to share that with you. And then lastly, I heard a lot of questions about how are we allocating the permissible total withdrawal. So I'm going to walk you through just like a simple example of what allocation would look like for a PTW on this PowerPoint slide. Okay, so in my mind, when we're talking about groundwater management in Harney County, we have the 2 buckets, right? So we have bucket number 1, that's our management bucket. And when I speak management bucket, I mean more in this presentation, I'm talking specifically about the critical groundwater area management. There are other tools that we have that we can briefly discuss if there's questions. And then we have the voluntary bucket. So within the management bucket, that contains all our rules, our statutes, what we need to do as a department, what we need to follow. And in the voluntary bucket, that's really where the creativity and the flexibility can lend to the community. Yeah. So first, we're going to start talking about this management bucket, right? So what do we have to do in rules and what really we cannot do in the rules? So first, we need to define the boundaries. Over the past 4 RACs, we've been talking with you guys about this idea of the 15 sub areas. So the statute says that we need to define what the critical groundwater area is, and then within the Division 10 rules, we say that we can define within the critical groundwater area boundary as a whole, we can delineate it into 15 sub areas. Then we also need to, in rule, define the permissible total withdrawal, which is just the volume of water allowed to be pumped. Okay, the third one is, then this is to Roger's comment about, is there a mechanism where we can check if this PTW is working? Well, we do have that and it's required. So in our rules, we need to set a basin condition review. So what that means is that at least once every 10 years, we need to go check the condition of the basin. And what I mean by that is, okay, what are what's the water level trend now? And then if we need to adjust the PTW, the stricter or looser, whatever the data is, then we have to start a rulemaking process and adjust that PTW. But we need to do that every 10 years. I think the plan is do it about 6, correct, Tim? Every 6 years is our plan?
Yeah, we haven't decided on an exact plan yet, but it happens at least once every 10 years.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so then our next one here is our permit decline conditions. This is not really in the critical groundwater statutes, but we have the regulatory authority to every water right, not every water right, but certain water rights have a permit decline condition. So if a certain static water, if the water level drops to a certain level, then we can regulate that groundwater user off. So that's another tool we have in this management bucket. Okay, and then the next one is curtailment through the contested case. This is simply just our administrative process that we need to follow to curtail groundwater users. Again, that doesn't happen until after adoption of the Division 10 rules. And then timing of curtailment. And this is really, in my mind, where the flexibility piece comes into play for voluntary agreement, the voluntary bucket and the management bucket, right? And sort of the question is, how long do we give the community to develop a voluntary agreement, right? And whether that be with the 3 large subbasins or the small subbasins, we're having a conversation that actively now. But this is where we're like, okay, how long do we take to get to a voluntary agreement? Or how long do we implement to get to a PTW? Those are the kind of questions that I think we need to have with you guys as a RAC. So I'm gonna pause there. Okay, great. All right, and then so note though that this isn't the complete bucket, right? We still have the 2 other management tools that we have. So that's the serious water management planning area, or the SWAMPA, a little fun to say. That is the requirement for measuring and reporting data use, which we'll be talking about within the next 2-3 RECs. And then of course we have the classification. And you all know that as the give back, excuse me, is classified for exempt uses. So it's what type of water can be used, and yeah, that's classification. So just note that that also fits in this management bucket. Okay, so I'm going to kind of start delving a little bit deeper into a little bit more of the weeds to talk about these regulation sidebars. Right, so as both Tim and Ivan has said, that RS 537.525, I believe it's section 7, but don't hold me to that, says that we need to define what reasonably stable and manage reasonably stable groundwater levels, right? So in our plan, when we say a static water level trend of 0 decline, that we're managing to a stable, what we believe to be a stable water level outside of the climatic changes, right? So it's going to go up and down based off of the 20-year drought that I've heard. And so we need to manage that water level. So that's the first thing, right? So we need to define and manage reasonably stable groundwater levels. And how we do that is, in Hardin County, is through the critical groundwater area designation through the statutes. So this is one of them. This is the main one, which defines what must be in the critical groundwater area rule, right? So in RS 537.735, it says that we must have in rule 1, what we've been talking about for the last 3-4 RACs and continue to have a very good conversation about, is the boundaries of the critical groundwater area, right? And so we need to define the boundaries of the critical groundwater area. And then again, we need to contain it needs to contain a provision requiring a periodic review of conditions of the critical groundwater area at least once every 10 years. And then on that time, we see that, okay, the PTW might be too strict, then we start a rulemaking up again and we adjust the PTW. So it's not a destination critical groundwater area. I think this is a really important point, is it's not a leave it and forget it. We need to come back and we need to keep adjusting. And I think the legislators saw in the past how we designated critical groundwater area, and I'm totally happy to get into history if you guys are interested, and required the department to actively manage the critical groundwater area. And then another statute I think that's important is RS 537.780. So this is the powers of the commission. This is not necessarily related to a critical groundwater area, but what that says is that if we are restricting groundwater use, then we need to review the rules specifically every 3 years, and that requires having a public hearing and a public meeting and a comment period as well. So there's 2 different mechanisms that the department needs to follow. Every 3 years, review the rules. Once every 10 years, we need to conduct a review of conditions within that basin. And we have to do that. We must, and we need to define it in the 512 rules. So our Division 10 rules, Chapter 690-10, clarifies how we can define those boundaries. So there are 3 different ways, right? So one, we could do it by physical or natural boundaries, hydrological conditions, or recharge or discharge areas. 2, we could do it administratively. So, this road to this road, we're going to call that a sub area, right? That's what administratively. And then 3, we can, within the critical groundwater area boundary, so in our case, the give deck, we can define sub areas within that critical groundwater area boundary. So that's how we have to define them based off our Division 10 rules. I know I'm dropping a lot of information on you guys. Please give me a call. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about this stuff. Okay, so the next next in that same statute, the 537.735, it lays out corrective control provisions that we can write within the rule. And one of those that we've been talking about is establishing the permissible total withdrawal, or the volume of water that will be allowed to be pumped post contested case curtailment. Right, so we have 3 options, right? So one, I just talked about the PTW, right? We need to write in rule what the PTW is. We can close the critical groundwater area to further appropriation. And then 3, we can reject any water right application received during or at the start of the rulemaking process. And to clarify what that means, it simply is that if we receive a groundwater right during this rulemaking process or at the beginning, we don't need to do a full review. We can just reject it. That's what that point means. Now, note that this isn't all the corrective control provisions available to the department, but these are the only 3 that we'll be doing in Harney. The other 4 or 5 are more related to geothermal production. So we're just doing these 3. Okay, let's go on the flip side, right? Let's talk about the curtailment part of it. So again, after the rules are adopted, we start the curtailment. We can at any time start the curtailment process. The question is, when will we start that? That's a question we need to answer with you and have a conversation. But with the contested case for a critical groundwater area, groundwater use can only be curtailed after a contested case process as specified in the statute and Division 10 rules. That's what we're saying there is that we need to adopt the rules for 512 in December, and then we can start contested case. At the adoption of the rules, we will not be doing curtailment. We will not be holding these sub areas to PTW. Okay, any curtailment of groundwater use must be supported by substantial evidence. And then again, I'm saying this a lot, but the adoption of the 512 rules by the commission will not immediately result in curtailment orders. And just to throw back to our informational session, this is a really involved process. And so we go deep into what we have to do with the next test case process with our informational sessions.
Yeah, Kelly, we have one question here.
Sure.
Kelly, on the contested case issue, does that come in variable or alternative ways? Is it specific to the contested case of a specific water right, or is it triggered by other factors?
Let me see if I understand. Again,
Sorry, Kelly, you broke up there. You want me to take this one in the room?
I just had a computer bug. Can you say that one more time, please? The question?
Yeah, so Fred's question was basically what will the contested case entail? Like what is the issue at hand in the contested case? Is that right, Fred?
And is it specific to a small area or an individual water right, or what triggers it for one thing?
So I'll just take this one, Kelly, if that's all right with you.
Thank you. Yep.
if the corrective control order is going to be just one water right, then it would be just one water right. If we're working on curtailment of more than one water right, we believe that what we would do is roll that process up by a sub area. So we would issue corrective control orders for all of the rights that were going to be curtailed within that sub area based on what the PTW is. And we would then go to contested case with all those rights. And that's what would be at the issue at hand in that contested case.
What would be, is there different triggers that would occur on how that is initiated and when, other than your review of conditions?
So whatever gets set in rule as the PTW is the number that we would curtail to. And when we got to contested case would depend on the department's ability to do the administrative work to make the contested case happen. So we have to pull together all the information related to both the water rights and our substantial evidence supporting the decision to curtail, and then go through our notification process to notify the water right holder and to essentially follow all those steps and then move forward. So there is nothing in rule that says essentially as soon as the rulemaking is done, the department will implement. It is up to the regulatory discretion of the department to go through that process.
Would a private lawsuit to the department in a specific area also trigger?
So you're saying, could an entity sue the department to force us to regulate? Is that what you're asking? So it's our position that falls under our regulatory discretion, and we would likely prevail if we were sued in that case.
Thank you, it clarifies it, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm gonna have to leave the meeting real quick and then join back again. Give me 1 second.
Kelly Dark's gonna share from this end, so you can just.
Yeah, I wish I could show you what's on my screen, but it's not great. Give me 1 sec, guys. Sorry.
Any other questions right now while we're waiting on Kelly? Thoughts?
While we're waiting for Kelly, I think that piece about revisiting the rules is an important one to help adaptively manage the basin based on what we see in the monitoring wells on the ground. So I heard that if there's restrictions to water use, that's reviewed every 3 years, but then the rules within the critical groundwater area itself are reviewed at least every 10. I like the idea of building in, not that I love spending time in rulemaking committees all the time, but I like the idea of building in opportunities to revisit how the actions being implemented are manifesting on the ground with conditions. So can you talk more about what that looks like? How frequently that happens, how soon that happens after going through the contested case process? Sure.
So the clarification there is if the rules restrict groundwater use, we have to review the rules every 3 years. Right? We have to review conditions that resulted in a designation at least every 10. So there's a little bit of a separation. So if we're reviewing conditions, that review can look different than if we're reviewing the overall rules. At the end of the day, reviewing the conditions is going to look much like what we have done as for analysis here, right? So looking at trends, what's going on in the basin hydrogeologically, where are we at? And then making a determination of, do the conditions still exist and we should continue with what we're doing, or have they changed and should we modify our management? If we need to modify management, then we have to open the rules in order to make changes and move forward. If we're going to modify anything in the rules, it would be possible to continue, say, it's taken us 10 years to implement, get through contested case processes and we still have multiple to go. We could continue implementing our original curtailments after that without reopening. Reviewing the rules, there's very specific requirements for that in statute and rules, and the short of it is we must do a public hearing and we must have a public comment on the rule, and the commission must review those rules. So there will be an agenda item on the commission's agenda. They'll have to review the rules in a commission meeting and decide essentially if it's necessary to continue. And as part of that, we'll be presenting the public comment from both the hearing and the public comment period to the commission so that they can incorporate that in their decision making on the rules. So does that clarify?
It does, it's helpful, and I'll ask one follow-up question, just to be really put a point on it. If we have to make decisions about PTW as a committee during this process right now, we don't have access to the numerical simulation model that the geological survey will be coming out with that in the near future. This revisiting process will provide an opportunity for us to come back in a certain amount of years and say, now that we have benefited from this model, and now that we have more information on the ground about how the groundwater, the aquifers are responding, we can update the PTWs and update the approach in these different sub areas, right?
Yes. Okay. We're required to use the best available science.
As well, thanks.
And so whatever's available when we get to that review. And maybe we've come up with some fantastic technology that allows us to see under the ground and know exactly what's going on.
Cool.
Yeah. One can hope, right?
Kelly, are you back with us?
There I am. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Zach, for the comments. I appreciate it. Okay, so we are now going to get into, I've heard questions from our previous conversation about, okay, how do we plan on allocating the PTW post curtailment? So as was mentioned before, right? So when we're allocating PTW, we need to follow the doctrine of prior appropriation, which generally requires allocating water in full to the senior water rights holders first. So I've kind of prepared like a example to kind of show how numerically that would work out, right? So starting from the top here, we, in this example, say that we set the PTW to 1,500 acre feet per year. These are just random numbers. They're not associated with any sub area within the basin. This is just coming from my brain. So if we allocate 1,500 acre feet per year, that's the PTW. On our column here, we have the number of groundwater users or groundwater rights, 1 through 5. We have their seniority date starting in 1971, going to 1998. We have their paper duty, so how much water they could pump per year, going down. And then, so starting with this allocated duty here, right? So if we have 1,500, we first have to start with groundwater user 1 because he is the most senior, and we will allocate his full 500 duty. The next groundwater user would be allocated their full 500 duty. Groundwater user 3 would be 400, and then that would mean that we've allocated a total of 1,400 acre feet up until that point. So number 4 would then be allocated 100 of his 500 duty. After that, we have what you're going to hear from Tim and Darg a lot is the cutoff line. So juniors after this line will not be receiving their duty. And so that is what allocation of the PTW for pure prior appropriation is going to look like.
And so to then put that in perspective from the contested case process, right? So groundwater user number 4 and number 5 on this chart would be issued curtailment orders, and a contested case process would be initiated, and that would have to be gone through completely before we reach a final order, and any regulation could happen. And so user 1, 2, and 3 in this scenario would not receive any sort of order. Their right would just continue to be valid as is. And so only 2 users would be part of that contested case process.
But if you had 5 through 100, they would all have to be dealt with as well prior to final orders.
Correct. Every right that is not allocated water out of the PTW would have to go through a contested case process and receive an order in order to curtail their water use. Yeah, Mark.
So critical groundwater designation to the classification of water, would municipality or commercial water get a preference regardless of priority?
That is allowed within the critical groundwater area statutes. That's one clear call out is that water can be prioritized for, probably gonna say it wrong, I believe it says residential use, regardless of priority date. So we could go outside of prior appropriation for municipality and allocate water to that municipality. Yes.
So in the case of the facilities where the proposed PTW was actually less than a municipal water right, how does that work?
Dark, you want to take that? Well, the first thing to remember or to think about, Mark, when you're looking at that municipal duty that's calculated there. So uni rights, they get an authorized rate, but they don't get an authorized duty like a city. And so when we're trying to think about, well, how do we calculate the total volume, the total duty that they're authorized for? The only way to really do it is to take their authorized rate and multiply it out across the whole year. And you kind of end up with a pretty unrealistic number. Unfortunately, I don't think, I mean, if you look at the 2018 pumpage for the cities there, 1,800 is significantly smaller. So that's just an unfortunate result of the water rights system and how these limits are imposed on different types of water rights.
And so that would have to be taken into account in allocation, right? So we would have to reserve a certain amount of water for the city in order to meet their municipal needs, or specifically residential needs, whatever the statute says. And then that would come out of that PTW and go from there. Yeah, Julie?
How do you plan to calculate what you need to set aside, I'll put quotes around that, for exempt uses that aren't engaged with the municipalities? As you know, there's about 300,000 exempt wells in Oregon. I don't know the number for Harney County. And there are lots of wells out there that aren't even a matter of record. I guess you know that because well drillers didn't have to report them a long time ago. So some of them are still pumping water. So how are you gonna make that allocation?
So remember,
Because they're exempt from curtailment.
right. So remember that they are not included in this PTW calculation.
Right.
So by nature, they get to continue pumping their exempt quantity without any relation to this at all. So they're not going to be factored in from an allocation standpoint and not curtailed either. So what we're looking at is just permitted water use. And so an exempt user will not, in this scenario, will not receive a curtailment order at any time. And we will not have to set aside water for them in the allocation.
Okay.
Because we're not considering them as part of we're considering them, but they're not part of the allocation process because they're outside of it, they're exempt.
Okay, fair enough. In the contested case process, I think historically, exempt users, when there was a curtailment within an area, they weren't even notified that there was a contested case process. Would they be notified if we put it into the rules for this basin?
So we could, but we don't need to. Division 10 already has requirements related to notification of in that situation. And we're required to notify the boy, it's been a few months. It's pretty much all groundwater. I'd have to go back, but essentially it's going to be all landowners and users of groundwater. At the end of the day, it's gonna be a big blast from a mail standpoint and then from a press standpoint as well. So in the paper of record, on our website, holding public meetings, etc. So yeah, we will hopefully be very clear and upfront with exempt well users that this is going on and that they can, if they wish, be a party to it.
The reason I raised that at this point is exempt well users aren't engaged in these tough questions that you all are wrestling with right now because they're not facing curtailment. but the minute they get a letter, there are a lot of them out here, and they're not represented in this room. And I'm just curious how we're gonna handle that, even though they're not facing curtailment. There is an education piece there that needs to happen.
Thank you for that comment.
Lisa Brown online.
Thanks. I might have missed something here, but can you talk a little bit about how, I mean, are these curtailment proportions operating on the paper water right duty? And if so, it's my understanding that a lot of people don't use their full duty out in Harney Basin. So don't you need some sort of intermediate calculation to make sure that the proportional or the curtailment proportion is actually going to capture enough wet water to get you to the goal?
What's your opinion on that, Lisa?
Well, I mean, my opinion is it's got to be wet. You got to have, I mean, you have to have enough wet water, right, to get you to the goal. You can't just say, well, if you have a duty of 3.5 and you're really only using 2, normally, we're going to cut you back to 2 and somehow magically get to the goal. You know, that obviously won't work. So I think you do need a way, you do need some mechanism or some kind of intermediate formula or calculation and analysis to make sure you to make sure we have a reduction in wet water.
Yes, so Lisa, I'd flip that on the other way around. This is like the worst case, most restrictive by priority date allocation method that could be taken. And this says that regardless of whether that 1971 right was being used with a full 500 acre feet or not, we're going to allocate 500 acre feet to it. Likely that 500 acre feet isn't being used because we know that generally it's about 65 to 70% of authorized use that's actually occurring. And so in this case, we'd actually be curtailing more rights than are necessary to achieve the actual wet water reduction, right? So if each one of these rights is only using 65% of their water, but we allocate as if they're using 100%, it results in a larger wet water curtailment than it would if we were to factor in their actual wet water use in allocating.
And so I think there's a couple of important numbers, and I think we mentioned them last time, and we'll probably talk more about them later today. The amount of groundwater that's been allocated, the paper water right, far exceeds today 2018's use. There's a difference. In the last 5 years, we've developed more, but far exceeds how much water was used in 2018. And so do we honor and regulate and manage based on what's being used or what has been allocated? And that's something for you all to think about, and happy to discuss further and take comments on that. But for those who have invested and developed, and for senior users who are sitting on a lot of paper but haven't been using and put to beneficial use, some of those water rights are likely subject to forfeiture because they haven't been used. And to allocate their full paper right doesn't really follow the practice of Oregon water law, where you have to use it or you lose it. So those are some things for you guys to consider as we have these discussions about reductions in use out there.
And I think that's really important when you take PTW to 2018. Because I mean, if you look at, we're going to pick on Marissa, if you look at Silver Creek, PTW of Silver Creek is only 64.73% of the allocated or legally water that's out there. So if you went with what Tim said, the option the department has in prior appropriation last meeting is exactly what Kelly put up here. You're really shutting off 36% of the paper water, which could be those that are actually irrigated. So you could be shutting off 36% of the irrigation that is occurring up there. Or, Fred's not here, but Upper Blitzen, 401 acre feet, PTW 68 acre feet, it's probably one user. And you're shutting off 60 some odd percent of that use, and that well's never done. So I think it's very important that we work through that because it changes the whole conversation.
It really does. It's what's your starting point? Is it paper or is it actual use? And there's 100 and some thousand acre feet of difference between those two.
If no one hasn't been using it, you're gonna give them some value. That's quite a lot by saying, hey, you're the oldest, you've been having used water for 5 years, here you go.
Yeah. I would chime in and say that the unused paper water isn't contributing to cones of depression. The problem we're trying to solve for here is from the actual water being applied, which is, yes, less than paper water. But I think what I prefer to focus on is, as a starting point, is the wet water being applied, because the unused paper water is not contributing to the issue that we're trying to solve as a committee. If it were developed, it would be, but if it hasn't been developed, if it hasn't been used, then that's not part of the starting point. That's my preference.
Just to let you know, Zach, as I walked in, I don't think anybody back there can hear you or I.
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to be louder. When you were gone, Fred, Mark said you get 68 acre feet.
No, it's not 68, yeah, it is 68. Okay, wait.
Or is it?
We get my glasses, the Upper Blitzen is authorized 401 acre feet. The 2018 estimated use was 68 acre feet. So the proposed PTW is 68 acre feet, which is only 16.96% of that water rate.
Go through that again.
Okay, so the Upper Blitzen, there's been 401 acre feet of allocated water. Okay, there was only 68 acre feet of water used in 2018. So the department's recommendation for PTW, if we use the mean, which Dark will get to, is 68 feet, which is a reduction of approximately 94% of the paper water rate.
So your pivot will be shut off. Your pivot's too long, a lot too long.
You're going to go use 68.
One span, one span.
So not getting
It's
the
just
context
message
here.
I don't want to burn anymore.
I'm 180 miles from you.
Speaking of break, we're coming up on it, so I want to just do a time check in. If we can maybe burn through the rest of this presentation, we can do public comment, go to break and come back and do the sub areas conversation. And then if we're going to get to start the PTW, we'll probably need to keep trying to. So just consider that, and we'll ideally, if there are comments or questions that are relevant at any time, we can hold them. And maybe we can stick them in when we get closer to the end here.
So I will just push back a little, Brian. This is the best discussion we've had in 4 or 5 RAC meetings.
Oh, yeah, no,
Even if it takes more RAC meetings to get through agenda items, I wouldn't want to push through too hard. There's a limit.
I don't disagree. I mean, we're way off schedule, and I'm totally good with that. But we get really way off.
Oh, yeah, we will. And we'll have better meetings. We're used to those.
Yeah. Kelly, still with us?
Yep, sure am. All right, that was a really good discussion, everybody. So we just kind of talked about what we have to do, what we can do in the rules. Let's kind of briefly talk about what we can't do in the rules, right? So again, to Zach's point, to Tim's comments and conversation, we cannot adjust the PTW without a rulemaking, right? So that's where the 10-year evaluation comes into play. We cannot write an if-then statement in rule. So meaning if the static water levels are X, then we'll adjust the PTW by Y. We cannot do that. And the reason we cannot do that is that it needs to be based off of substantial evidence. And that's a guesstimation. And third, we cannot, and I've said this a lot, but we cannot implement curtailment without a contested case. Okay, so let's talk about the second bucket, the voluntary agreement bucket, right? So we've been talking about what we can't do in terms of management. This is the bucket where that flexibility and that creativity comes into play, right? And that comes mainly in the form of the voluntary agreements and the rule language that we write within 512 with the voluntary agreements. We can, and so some options that we consider, like we can, for a watermonger option within voluntary agreements, we consider allowing temporary transfers within those voluntary agreements. And to that fourth point here, right, really, this is where in rules, we have to set sidebars for the voluntary agreements. So what is the goals for success for both the department and the community when we're talking about voluntary agreements? At the least, we could say that it needs to meet a PTW of a sub area or of the basin, whatever which way we go, right? I'm hearing some conversation again about the 3 sub basins and between the 15 sub basins. But the rules need to define the sidebars that the voluntary agreement needs to meet. Right, and so we've talked about this before. We did an informational session, but just to clarify for those members of the public, the voluntary agreements is RS 537.745, and that's just simply an agreement between groundwater users within the same groundwater reservoir. In Harney County, voluntary agreements can happen between sub areas because they're all the same groundwater reservoir, right? So a voluntary agreement doesn't need to happen between just one sub area. It could be multiple sub areas, whatever which way we go, right? And then we can consider allowing temporary transfers within voluntary agreements. Other things, and we've talked about this in the chat, I know you guys have seen it, but other items within this bucket is that we have the Harney Valley Conservation Reserve Enhancement, or the CREP program, and Graham's online. You can contact him. And then we have the Harney Domestic Well Fund, which will be doing a launch meeting March 6th after our RAC. So I believe it's at 5:30. Alexandria is not online today, but we're going to be doing a launch meeting for that Domestic Well Fund. All right, Brian, I burned through it. Is that good? Are we on time? You cracked the whip.
Not on time, but that's great. And there was a lot of good information there. So as Kelly said, he's available. Presentation will be put online. I know a lot of people were kind of trying to take notes really quickly. It'll all be available. So,
well, and please give me a call too. If you have questions, I am totally open to answering questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Kelly. This is, I think, really helpful. Let's go to public comment now. So I know there were 3 people who indicated they wanted to provide comment. I think it's a good time to do that, and then we'll go to break. I'll ask those folks that are providing comment, try to limit it to about 4 minutes max, just so that we can keep moving forward. So Holly, I'll let you go first. State your name and
yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Holly Mondo. I am the project manager for the Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative that has been ongoing since about 2017. I'm here to remind and kindly but firmly recommend that the RAC considers the groundwater plan that has been written and approved by consensus from the collaborative, which is composed of so many community members, including some of you that are sitting on the RAC and in this room. It's come to my attention that these voluntary bucket options aren't necessarily haven't been considered firmly by the RAC yet. I'd like to share that the collaborative did so much work to explore what a groundwater market might look like in this area. We also did several studies to explore the feasibility of what a voluntary agreement might look like for this area. The collaborative is the reason CREP exists here now, and it's also the reason that the Domestic Well Remediation Fund exists now. So I would like to continue to attend these meetings and continue to chat with you all about the collaborative and what we have to offer to help this run. We are working with the department in place-based planning. We've had funding by the department to help us. And our goal was to finish the groundwater plan prior to the RAC convening so that the RAC would be able to utilize the groundwater plan in their refresh of these rules. So I'm here and I will continue to be here to amplify that voice, which is the community's voice. And I'm here to answer any questions anybody might have about voluntary agreements, groundwater markets, PrEP, domestic well remediation fund, and the plethora of strategies that we've developed in that plan. There are about 30 that we've developed, and I'm happy to share those with you. And we'll be here in March to start doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. We got one more in the room here, and then we'll go online to Ken, if you'd like to go, sir.
I thought there was somebody ahead.
It's you.
Okay. Introduce myself. I'm Fred Flippins. I'm General Manager of Harney Electric Co-op. Most of these water users in the room, I deliver power to them with pump. Was asked by a few people on the RAC committee to come and speak a little bit. I'm probably a little ahead in the agenda. What I first want to talk about is economic impact of your decisions to Harney Electric Co-op. Harney Electric Co-op survives on selling power to irrigators. We do not survive on selling power to houses, small farms that don't only have a house and a shop. We lose money almost 7 months a year on a monthly basis. We lose money. We make it all up in the irrigation season. So 75% of our revenue, which is about $15 million, comes from irrigation sales. Well, it is a big economic impact to us if we see that irrigators are asked to stop pumping, because it is a big impact to us. We also provide full-time work for people in this community, and I can tell you they're not minimum wage jobs. They're probably some of the highest paid jobs in this county. The other thing is that there can be a rate impact, because as I say, irrigation, basically, even though they pay a lower rate, their volume is so much higher, they subsidize the residential user. I one time figured out that if I lost 50% of my irrigation, I'd have to raise my residential rates 300%. So your $100 house bill now becomes $300. That's just meet expenses, because we're a co-op. That's all we do. A co-op buys power, sells it to the members. We have a system to put it out. We charge enough to cover our costs. We're a nonprofit. We don't make money, to send to investors like the big IOUs in New York. We don't do that. In fact, we do return money, but we return it to our members that we serve. So there is a big rate impact to that. The other thing that I see too, I just want to comment on, is real estate values. I have a broker back here. I can tell you that I'm a property owner out there, and when you have a piece of irrigated ground, it goes a lot higher per acre than if it's not irrigated. So there's going to be a huge impact to Harney County and to people who have maybe come in and paid $3,500 an acre for irrigated ground that now becomes $500 an acre or less in value because it can't be irrigated anymore. Those are big impacts to people, and I have a varied background. Somebody told me one time the only thing I haven't done has been a used car salesman, because I've been a real estate broker, I've been a banker, I retired from banking, that was my first job. I spent 20-some years in banking and retired from it. But also, when land values drop like that, bankers have made loans based upon $3,500 an acre. And then all of a sudden, the value of collateral you have is now $500 an acre. And you're asking that person to make payments. They find out they can't sell their property for what they owe on it. So I've been in those situations where people walk in and say, Fred, I owe more than what the house is worth. There's the keys, it's yours. And so there's going to be banks that get affected by these decisions. The other thing is I also have experience with water being turned off, or at least curtailed. Because we also serve in Nevada. 60% of our use is actually in Nevada. And it's the same use, it's for irrigation. In Nevada and Humboldt County, they put a water moratorium in that valley. All the valleys that we serve. So they stopped issuing new wells, new water permits. But they didn't curtail anybody. And that was before I went to work for Harney Electric over 20 years ago. And they're still fine. We have stopped, I understand, water permits in this county. But yet, in a few years, we're not gonna give that a chance to see if it works. Right? We put one rule in and we're gonna put another one right on top of it. The other thing is our utility is getting ready to make a $16 million investment in the area. And when I hear things about, you know, you might take some areas and cut it 80%. That means if I'm serving 10 pivots, that means 8 of them are not gonna run anymore. I'm not so sure I can recommend to my board that we invest $16 million in this county. So you can add that to your economic impacts. The other thing I'd like to say is that I think you really need to pay attention to how much is actually used with the water rights. Because I experience it every day. We build power because somebody has a water right. They want to put in pivots. We build power in there. And the water just isn't there. Because there's areas in here, folks, that you can drill a well and you don't always hit water. Okay? I know of one place that had planned 12 pivots. There's not a pivot out there. But there was water rights for 12 pivots. And there still are today. They're not using it. The other thing is I think you got to consider how much Mother Nature plays in this process. How much do you think we used less pumping just last year? Anybody in the room?
22%.
Huh?
22%.
It's a little low. The reason I can tell is kilowatt hours matches pretty close to how much water is pumped. Okay, because even if you use more kilowatt hours, it's because you're using a bigger pump. It all works, it's all physics. I'm a finance guy, so those engineers, they figured that all out. But last year, Harney Electric's irrigation sales was 25% lower than the year before. So what does that do to your groundwater? We actually didn't pump it. Okay, and I have data that goes back to 1957, if somebody wants it. But that's what I see the difference is because I have a hard time budgeting every year, our company, based upon that. You know, when you take 25% of $15 million in revenue just with Mother Nature, you know, as I always tell my board, here's the budget, but it's really up to Mother Nature whether we make it or don't make it. And I will admit, I'm against all of you irrigators, even though you are my customers. I pray for hot weather, dry weather.
You don't like the rain, do you?
Yeah, and make it.
I got a question.
Well, he's got a question for you.
I got a question.
One quick question, but go ahead.
So, Fred, you kind of got to the answer to my question, but in terms of a lot of your system requires a lot of long-term investments, KV lines and everything that gets old, whether you use it or not. So there's a big fixed cost there. And when you curtail annual usage, that's kind of in it. Your comments were reflecting the infrastructure as it stands now. But when you start replacing those big infrastructure items, it gets real big, doesn't it? And it's hard to even function.
And one of our lenders is RUS, which is Rural Utility Services under the USDA. They even require us that if there is, we call them assets, but our utility plant, if there's any part of that that's technically not being used, we have to take it down. So I've heard people say, well, we'll curtail water for 5 years and then we'll pump. Well, I'm gonna take power line down. And when you get ready to pump again, you're gonna have to come to me and pay to put it back. So it's a big economic loss. You're correct, Fred. We cannot leave power lines out there that we're not using. We have to maintain them. You know, that's the other thing. If I get a little emotional, folks, I feel like the state of Oregon right now is beating up on my co-op. Because I have a governor that has signed an agreement with the government to take out my cheapest power source, hydropower, on the dams. I have PUC coming to me, telling me to spend more money for wildfire mitigation. And now I have water resources coming and saying, I'm gonna shut the water off so that you can't deliver more power. So if I get a little emotional about it, it's kind of like my wife, you know, she gets upset and I go, what did I do? And all that question does is make her even more mad because I didn't understand what I did to make her mad. So thank you very much.
Okay, we have one more comment. Thank you, Fred. Ken Beerley, online. Go right ahead.
I think Kelly has his hand up.
Just real quick, hey Fred, can I grab your number? I would love to get your data and kind of get more of your perspective. That'd be awesome. If I can have like Tim or Ivan grab his number, that'd be great.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name's Ken Beerley. I've been working with Holly for as long as, well, she's probably young enough to be my daughter now. But I've submitted written comments for the record that run to about 7 pages, but I would like to talk about a few issues that I think are important here. One, I have concerns about how confident the public can be when you're using 6-year-old data, the 2018 estimates that were developed by Jordan Beamer and co-workers. There's no reason that the evapotranspiration data that is available, that couldn't be updated to 2023. So you're actually comparing the permitted use with actual use as of 2023 rather than comparing 2023 actual permitted use with something that happened with the estimated use of 6 years previous. So that's one concern. And it seems like that's something that's very doable by the department. Second is around the potential use of sub-area information. That's useful information about, and it shows that in fact, different parts of the basin are responding differently. However, if the intention is to regulate by sub-area, you'll create a rather novel interpretation of the application of prior appropriation. And that will invariably end up in the courts. You might think about alternative ways to apply the prior appropriation doctrine to the entire basin, identify what dates that would be, and then play out how you might work through the acute areas of the 6 sub-basins that you find to be, that are declining more rapidly. The use of sub-areas in groundwater policy is one of the crucial issues the department, citizens of the basins face. Frankly, until a full discussion of how those are to be used and whether it's advisory for information purposes, whether it's a regulatory guidance, this is the target we're after, or whether it's a regulatory requirement, you must meet PTW, there's going to be significant confusion and concern about even the existence of these sub-areas. Another concern I have is about timing. The time that it will take to implement the regulatory requirements of PTW and what the expectations are is really important. Even if all pumping were eliminated tomorrow, groundwater levels will decline. In many places of the basin, community impacts over groundwater user impacts will be affected by the expected time to adjust to a change that was allowed to be developed. And I think that's really important. This was allowed to be development. These are permitted irrigation over more than 30 years. There's been declines that are at least 30 years old, and some of them greater than that. So thought should be given to what a realistic expectation for community response is to adjust to reduced water supply, because there's no question that there needs to be reductions, but how and over what time period are really important. And the last really significant concern I have is whether the department is more concerned about acute declines or chronic declines, whether you're looking at it from a basin, a unified single reservoir, or whether you're looking at the areas of greatest pumping, which leads to the cones of depression. I haven't indicated that acute decline is a priority. So how you do that becomes almost more important than, most anything else. And the other thing I think is really important, it was brought up that in fact, there is a groundwater plan that was put together as part of the integrated water resources plan that includes looking at inputs from vegetation management. We had a very significant effort on the part of folks looking at both conifer forest thinning as well as juniper thinning and what those impacts might be, how they might be benefited, benefit to both increasing water supply and yield from those watersheds that contribute to the basin. And it's clear that the science has been very effective in identifying the response in the areas that respond similarly. That's really what these sub areas are. But the question of zero decline is not a science question. That's a policy question. It's a choice that the department is making. And there are other policy choices that are important as you're deliberating about this. The target, which is particularly important, how the target gets identified, whether you're using actual water pumped, measurable water pumped or permitted, I think that's a very important policy choice to make because it has an impact on, as you were just talking about, on how much reduction is necessary. And then the policy choice of how prior appropriation is applied. If it's applied on a subbasin area, you get certain inequities that people will see and will become obvious. If you apply it on a basin scale, you end up with a problem that you've identified of not addressing the acute issues or not necessarily addressing the acute issues. And then what's time frame? Because the policy choice really will be, how long will it take to go to reduce pumping by 110 acre feet per year? That's not trivial. And you're dealing with what's called a wicked problem that has no simple solution. This needs a lot of consideration about what are the consequences of the decisions that you make. And it goes beyond science. This has to do with the community, as you were hearing just a bit ago. It has to do with the social cohesion. This community was affected in 1980 by the rapid and sudden closure of mill that changed the total economy of the community. They'd just soon not see that again. Anyway, keep wrestling. I think it's really important to have these conversations, but please think about the difference between the science that's driven it to date and the policy choices you have to make to apply that in a reasonable way. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more public comment. So Chris Hall, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Christopher Hall, Executive Director of Water League. I appreciate being able to have the opportunity to speak with you today. First off, the Water Resources Department can use an if-then process in the imposition of corrective control orders because the if would only ever be based on or triggered by substantial evidence. The if-then does not preclude the concept of substantial evidence. Any contested case hearing should apply to the entire critical groundwater area, all 15 sub-areas at once. And then, when there is substantial evidence of unreasonable cones of depression, whether in the present moment or in the forthcoming years, then corrective control orders should be imposed without having to reopen the 5 to 10 year rulemaking process, which we are in right now. And make no mistake, 5 to 10 years is easily credible given the fact that there will be appeals court hearings on this issue. The entire basin will likely be designated as a critical groundwater area, and corrective control orders, as I mentioned, should be imposed in areas where cones of depression are unreasonable on a rolling basis as they worsen. What is unreasonable is best viewed in the context of the public interest and the public health, safety, and welfare as the law states. We also believe that the public interest of the future, our grandchildren, are the most critical stakeholders whose water use should not be unreasonably be harmed by water use today. Perhaps one solution to some of these sticky problems is to get the serious water management problem area designation going so that totalizing water flow meters can be implemented and installed, so that subsequent contested case hearings on the imposition of corrective control orders will help understand what the total volume of water use is that is causing the declines in each sub-area of the critical groundwater area. To clarify a question from earlier, zero decline in aquifer levels policy does not apply statewide. Rather, it is only in the most critically declining areas, such as the critical groundwater area designation forthcoming in Harney County, where declines have already occurred so substantially that they cannot be permitted to decline any further. Water use by irrigators is another point of contention. Water use by irrigators from confined aquifers is a result of modern technology. And I think blaming junipers, which have been part of the shallow water landscape since time immemorial when the hydrologic cycle was in balance, for competing with alfalfa water use that pumps water from confined aquifers hundreds of feet below is unjustified. You know, the junipers are just not sucking water from 400 feet below. And that's where most of the problems are. And lastly, as a point of order, it's my view, having attended all these meetings, that previous RAC recordings show that there have been, and indeed has been, productive and fair two-way conversations. Complaints that there has not been fair, open, and clear communication among RAC members and staff, I don't believe is supported by the record. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chris. All right, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. It's 3:23, so 3:33. Let's come on back. How much? I don't know if we have Yeah. You know, there's ground. Quality of water. Jerry's not here anymore. Sounding odd. No, do it, no. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right, everybody, let's grab our seats. Go ahead and get started. So,
5 minutes.
yeah, Kelly, are you seeing the summary conversation slide up there? Okay, I think we're good. So just a quick check-in. Yeah, we're definitely kind of on schedule, but that's okay. It's been some great dialogue. A lot of the conversation we had is what's feeding into some of the agenda items we haven't come here. So we're going to go to Ivan here for the sub-area and sub-region sub-area sub-basin conversation. We definitely want to get to the PTW. Dark will be leading that, so we'll get to that. Fiscal impact statement, agenda item in all likelihood is probably going to get kicked out in March. But based on some of the feedback and conversation today, there might be some great new input that we kind of gathered here that could feed into that. So that could be, you know, kind of a blessing in that way. So that's where we sit. So we'll go ahead and get into the sub-area conversation. Turn it over to Ivan.
Thanks, Brian. Folks online, hear me okay?
Anybody online?
Yep.
You. So I just have a few slides here I'll talk to, and I think maybe then we'll open it up and have more of a discussion, take questions and kind of work through some of these issues. What Kelly tried and did lay out for you folks is that we don't have to walk around with just one tool in one hand. We have two hands, we have smart people in the room, we've got buckets of options. Within the voluntary bucket is more than one option. Within our regulatory bucket, we have different types of options to deal with different types of issues. Our agency, back to kind of the governing statute, we want to determine and maintain reasonably stable groundwater levels. That benefits all of us, it benefits future generations. That's the sustainability component that we want to work towards. We have done an outstanding job of allocating water around this state in so many ways. Mark chuckled, thank you. It's a joke. Yeah, we have super succeeded there. But that was one of the original charges for the department. It wasn't until the 1980s where we came up with in-stream protections and started to really formally recognize the value of leaving water in stream for habitat and species. And then some of the sustainable issues around groundwater. Our earliest critical groundwater area was the Cow Valley. It was tiny. It's over in Malheur County. At the time, I think it was just a handful of owners, but they had started declines. And that was established in the late 50s, I think. It is there today. And it's kind of gone up and down. So these things just change over time. But specific to this discussion, we have heard from the local community that having a sub-basin approach or bigger areas for management can be helpful in a number of different ways. And that's true. I don't disagree with that at all. However, from our perspective in sort of that management bucket that Kelly talked about, we feel that an approach with smaller sub areas where we can be more surgical and more targeted is really a better approach. We are concerned, as I mentioned earlier, that by going with larger areas for our management purposes and sticking to prior appropriation, which is the approach that the department would take if we have to get into actual curtailments through the critical groundwater area process. We would do that by prior appropriation and just keep cutting juniors off until we get to a water level situation where the state feels we've met the needs and are back on track to stabilize things or really slow that rate of decline down. So here is just a couple lists of the pros and cons for the larger sub areas or the sub basin approach. We can be more flexible with transfers if we look at a sub basin as one source of water. On the other hand, we might be issuing transfer orders, and these would be permanent transfers of water from one part of the basin to another. We may be creating other problems there, and so we have to do that carefully. Larger sub-basin approach could mean that we engage more of the groundwater users in a particular conversation. Now, there's no reason that a voluntary agreement can't cover more than one of our sub area approaches. I got to be careful with my sub basin versus sub area. And so a voluntary agreement in our mind, do what you want. The statutes are very wide open. They're very flexible. They're very allowing in there. And then another one of the pros for the sub basin approach is just fewer boundary lines. Some of you will have questions. Some of the other groundwater users who haven't been here and been part of this conversation are going to come in and say, why is that well on this side of this line and my well's on the wrong side of this line? We're going to have those conversations and those questions. And we have our reasons. There's a lot of technical justification for the boundaries that we've put together there. But those instances do exist. And, we have to field those questions as best we can. What are some of the kind of the negative impacts of the larger sub areas? As I've talked about, we have some concerns that we're going to have to impact more acres or more groundwater users in order to get at some of these focused pumping centers if we went with a broader sub-basin approach. That's basically the first couple of bullets there. We also have greater variability across a sub-basin in the water level elevations, the rates of decline, the hydrogeology varies across these larger areas. And that's going to make the cause and effect. We'll be doing some reductions in groundwater use. Those reductions may not show up in a positive water level response for years at some point of the basin. So again, our approach with smaller areas is to really be focused on reductions in use. And we would expect to see a very positive response in a very short period of time in response to those management choices there. Next slide. These again are the sub-basins. They're on the map there behind Darek and Tim. And then here are kind of a quick summary of the benefits of going with the smaller sub areas. Again, looking at it from the department's perspective, it allows for those targeted or strategic reductions. We feel like it limits the impact of those reductions. We would expect to see stabilization of the groundwater level trends in response to those over time more quickly. And we'd be able to better limit the impact of transfers that probably don't make sense on that. So I will pose the question, I guess, to the group, or I'll make the statement. I think we can do both. We don't have to limit ourselves to 3 sub-basins. We don't have to limit ourselves to 15 sub-areas. I think we can build into the rules an opportunity to have both of those constructs there. If the local community or some groundswell or groundwater users in a sub-basin wants to approach the commission with a voluntary agreement, then we can set up the rules to allow for that and provide some sidebars on what that voluntary agreement needs to contain. And in the event that there's not enough groundwater pumping reduction through voluntary agreements or the CREP program, then the department needs to pursue curtailment through the critical groundwater area process, we would have already in place our 15 sub areas set up with the relevant PTWs that Darek will be talking about here shortly, and we can go down that path. From a timing perspective, our best estimate right now, pretty optimistic, but I'm an optimistic person, is that we're going to get these rules to our commission at their December commission meeting, so 11 months from now, and ask them to adopt the updated Division 512 rules. We're going to have to keep chunking along with monthly RAC meetings in order to make that happen, and so it's going to take a lot of involvement from you. But that's a year out, basically, from today. Once those rules are adopted, it's probably going to take our department staff at least a year to start churning up the contested case process that we're going to have to follow from the Division 10 rules in order to begin the contested case process. We have to schedule time with an administrative law judge. We have to get time with the Office of Administrative Hearings. And we have to do all the background work that the Division 10 rules lay out for us to begin the notification process of the affected groundwater users, the exempt well users in these areas, local governments. There's a lot of steps, and I'm not sure we can actually do that within a year. So from now, there's at least 2 years before we're going to get into the contested case hearing process. And so I think that affords all of you ample opportunity to work towards some sort of a voluntary agreement concept and have discussions amongst groundwater users to see what folks are willing to do. The department's committed to supporting that effort. And so we will be there to provide whatever technical information we can to help with that. We're going to have to provide and work together to come up with guidelines. There have not been any voluntary agreements done in the state of Oregon. Jason Spreet here, I mean, he and I have worked on what we call rotation agreements. So amongst the surface water stream system, Senior and junior users, different ditches can come up with a rotation agreement. We've got some experience with those here in the state, but it's not been done for groundwater reservoir systems before. And so, again, the statutes are pretty wide open, which gives us a lot of opportunity to do some really innovative things. But in order to move this process along fairly timely, we do need to be thinking about those things now and get things started. So that's really all I have on the sub area. Happy to take comments, questions, concerns, anything on that. And then we'll be moving into the PTW discussion, which is going to kind of overlap with some of this as well.
Yeah, I just have just for me, better understanding how you came up with these 15 administrative areas. I was thinking that the way you would come up with them would be by combining adjacent watersheds, and that this would be done on a watershed basis. So that if you were managing within a particular unit, you would have a higher probability of affecting a neighboring well by doing something clever in another part of the watershed, because there would be more of an instant sort of closer link, at least within a watershed basin, a more direct link. And so when I looked at this, I didn't see it as watersheds, but it looked to me that it was based more on well log numbers, and that what we talked about in the past is that, you know, my well and your well may not be affecting each other if we're not in the same watershed. I mean, ultimately over 100 years, it might make a difference, but the faster acting effects managing within a watershed was the way in which I thought we were going to have these administrative areas set up. And I don't know if they are, I can't tell, and I don't know the watersheds well enough, but that was the concept that I thought the 15 or the however many sub areas we came up with. That's the concept that I thought that they would revolve in.
Yeah, so I'm going to turn to Dark here in a second, but historically, Oregon has set up administrative basins in areas based on surface water features and drainage basins. So we're in the Malheur Lake Administrative Basin here in Harney County. We keep talking about the Harney Basin, which is kind of a subset within that larger administrative basin. Dark gave a number of presentations at some of the earlier meetings as to how we came up with these sub-area boundaries. And so I'll stop and let him talk real briefly on that.
Sure, that goes 2 RACs ago, we talked about, maybe it's even 3, we talked about the criteria for delineating these sub areas, and it comes down to 3 primary criteria, each of which kind of has several elements and data sets that go in to inform that criteria. The first being hydraulic gradient, so that's the direction of groundwater flow. We look to our contours to help us understand that. In some sense, that is, in a lot of cases, related to the surface water divides, but those surface water drainages don't always directly impact what's happening in the subsurface, right? So hydraulic gradient, that direction of groundwater flow. The next was groundwater level trends. So we're looking at the magnitudes and the rates of decline, and we're looking for groups of wells that are behaving similarly with respect to that criteria. And then finally, we're looking at the subsurface materials, so the geology.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Good question.
So maybe just, I mean, I think there's an important point, you know, that some things that I haven't brought up here, so it's a good opportunity to provide some feedback. And it's living it just, the way I heard it is, you have at least a 2-year window where you can utilize a sub-basin approach in voluntary agreements to make reductions. At which time ultimately, this other area approach is there as a vehicle to make the necessary cut that maybe if they weren't achieved through that voluntary process.
Right, so just a question, I mean, Kristen asked it earlier and came up with what would be the permissible flow withdrawal in a high water level basin. He said you might not be able to come up with that number. Kelly brought up that a volunteer agreement is going to have to at least come up with a reduction of permissible flow withdrawal. So when would we understand what a permissible flow withdrawal? I mean, we need that information in order to
yeah.
construct a volunteer agreement.
Yeah, we can come up with a PTW for a subbasin. What I said was, I'm not sure it's as easy as just adding up the PTWs for the existing sub areas. And I'm not even sure how closely they mimic the boundaries of the subbasins. So we'll work on that. And then we can, Dark will get to some bar plots. It was sent out to the RAC meeting. So that's kind of where we summarize curtailments of the Q1, Q3 mean median stuff. I think we can end up with a plot like that for the 3 subbasins that can help at least illustrate that and start a conversation around subbasin approach versus sub area approach and the pros and cons again of each.
But I think again, Mark, the way to think about it for these bigger areas is you gotta be looking at whatever small part of those larger subbasins is doing the worst, has the worst rates of decline. And you've got to set your PTW to achieve stability in that area. And the rest of the areas are going to come along with it and probably a lot sooner.
So Dirk, I mean, I'll just say like Ken Dearly said in comments, that's a policy decision. So I mean, that's something you'll have to show us when you present PTW for that subbasin that you're going to the most critical area. I mean, you'll just have to show us that.
So this, the target water level trend of no decline is, I think, the policy decision that's guided by statute. And if we're sticking to that as the goal, then whatever PTW we come up with has to achieve that goal, I think is the idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna rephrase, I think, what Mark said, Dark. We're also talking about, I said, you know, these cones of depression within a broader subbasin that are steeply declining. The cumulative decline is not tolerable and the rate of decline is not tolerable. Tolerable is a policy choice. And so, if the department remains focused on stopping these acute rates of decline and slowing those down, that's how we get to my talking points that I'm afraid we have to cut way back into the priority area to correct and slow those cones of depression that are the larger pumping centers or that are moderate pumping centers within finer grain geology and they're just drawing water levels down. Another approach would be to balance or work towards a more balanced water budget. Dark or Tim talked about that earlier, and there's some challenges with that as well that may not work in favor of groundwater users either. So, but we can have those conversations and try and come up with numbers and illustrations that kind of help feed that conversation.
I have a weird idea, but if you just shut off permitting anyone else, I mean, is there the possibility that we've been putting in more irrigation systems at a faster rate than the water's recharged, and that just shutting off the permits would see stabilization in water declines in the spring tests?
No, to the contrary. Like I said, we've done an outstanding job of allocating. And so we have allocated this much. Today, we're only using this much. And we're wrecking the system in a number of, at least in 6 of these subbasins over there. The decline rates aren't acceptable. And the total decline is not acceptable. So we can grow legally, folks can keep developing, please don't. Another 130,000.
So wait, though, what happened between 2018 and today?
We have not issued any new permits since 20.
People were throwing them in at the last, like crazy.
People threw them in at the last minute. We have a policy where we will give people an extension. Hey, Ivan, I was busy. Didn't get around to developing my permit for 5 years. Can I have another 5 years? So we were doing that for a while, and some permits would get 5 or 10 or 15 or 20-year extensions. And so these are valid permits. It's a license to go develop your groundwater under the terms and conditions of that permit. And so we have a lot of growth. Some of the difference between what we've allocated and what we're pumping today are senior groundwater rights. And they never were able to find or develop the groundwater. As Fred laid out, some of the areas around here, you can drill a well and you can't come up with 1,000 gallons. You only get 200. So I got a permit for 4 pivots. I've only been able to come up with enough water for 1. And those could be some older rights out there. And so that's the question of, do we allocate that senior right, all of the water for the 4 pivots, or just the water for the 1 pivot that they've been using?
What I'm saying is, if in fact in the last 5 years, people have been panicked to get their water pumped, we looked at it in 2018 and people knew that this stuff was coming up, so they jammed a bunch of, and we're losing water and we're measuring the wells at the same time that people are throwing in pivots like crazy. Are we really using data that makes sense?
We have a lot of historical data, and there's no question about the direct correlation between development and groundwater use and the declines that we're seeing. And something, again, we've presented, Dart can share a lot of information to the question. Yeah, so good stuff.
Okay, any other questions or feedback? No, I think what's being shared here is, you know, the potential for a path forward that utilizes the, you know, both of these scenarios, the basin and the area, which there's, you know, there's within the RAC, there's interest in each. So, you know, from a facilitator collaborative standpoint, that sounds like the kind of direction I would like to see things go, but you know, it's important that we know if others agree. So I don't, Zach, I see you shaking your head. I mean, is there, that's sorry, you're the only one making eye contact and see movement, so.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it'll be useful for the committee to see the sub-basin PTWs. Based on what Dark was saying, it sounds like if the PTW in the sub-basin area, the permissible total withdrawal will be overall less than the current sub-area approach. In other words, the reductions in pumping will be greater at a sub-basin than at a sub-area level. It'll be useful for the committee to see what that difference is. I would just add in that since Weaver Springs is such a, you know, geologically different area, it could be interesting to see PTWs for 4 areas. The 3 sub-basins, excluding Weaver Springs and then Weaver Springs.
That Weaver Springs and Dog Mountain, or just Weaver Springs? Just Weaver Springs.
Fair enough.
Not gonna include Dog Mountain. It's not gonna happen.
My concern there, Zach, is we start treating Weaver Springs different because its geology is different, and the geology is variable. You go to different places around the basin, and at some point you either stop drawing lines or you keep making smaller sub areas, right?
Absolutely. I think this whole conversation is about, are we lumping or are we splitting?
Yeah.
And to what degree? And so I understand it's a sliding scale.
Right.
I don't want to create a slippery slope here, but I do think of, you know, 3 to 4 PTWs divided out might be a reasonable place to start without the expectation that the department will continue subdividing and recalculating.
Any questions or I mean, I guess Zach's question, you know, anything missing to help us wrap our head around this?
Look forward to seeing the sub-basin, but I mean, if you take the sub-basin if you lump Crane in any other large area, the cutoff date of Crane right now, if it's a full allocation of senior water right, we're in 1977. So if you have Crane into a larger area and you take it down to that level, it's a non-starter conversation. But it is. I mean, if your policy choice is going to be even on a large geographic area, to take it down to the lowest denominator and try to fix that in the short term, it's a non-starter. If you figure that you take permissible flow withdrawal at a large geographic scale, then you know if you slow that down over a period of time, the basin will finally fill in. It's a starter. It goes back to Ken's. If you're going to stay with 0 rate of decline, go down that. I appreciate the offer, but I won't.
You're proposing to be more of an average?
I mean, we've talked about it. But Kenny brought it up. I mean,
Use Q1, Q2, we use mean, medium, I mean, if we're gonna focus there. But we know that low spot, as we use less water, will fill in. If you're not. What is the transmissivity of a water dark? How far does water travel on average in facilities basin per year?
It's pretty tight material. So those, a molecule of water is moving pretty slowly through the aquifer. But you can change the hydraulic gradient by pumping in different areas and affect areas far outside of where your well is on a shorter time scale.
That would be something for us to look at, is to remove some of the pumping and move it elsewhere from these steep cones of depression in order to halt that and see if there's a way to strike a better balance.
I like that, because I mean, honestly, when you're doing groundwater allocation rulemaking in the state, I know it's a different subject, you better start separating these out geographically. Because if you have tight material, anytime you put more than one pivot in, you're gonna have a color depression. If you allow transfers and crane, you only allow 10 pivots, I decide to buy all the water right, put them in one spot. That color depression that's at my place now, it's gonna get deeper.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's no simple answer here. You know, taking to the lower denominator to me is the simple answer. But I appreciate the offer, I appreciate the suggestions, I think it's a very positive step. This is what he said, I'm just trying to figure out how to get creative to save the economic future of this community as long as we can, while continuing to use less water. I think that's important. And maybe it is opening up areas that are spreading out water for 10 or 15 years.
Oh, sorry, Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, just to push back on that a little bit, though, if you look at the 15 sub areas and the current median rate of decline, you know, I don't think there's really places to move pumping from higher impact areas, you know, into areas that you're not gonna just trigger an increasing problem. And I think also looking at these rates of decline, you know, some of these areas have a lot of new wells. I mean, to the discussion of what's happened since 2018. Well, what's happened since 2018 is a lot of new wells have gone in. So, you know, I guess I would just really push back on that idea that we're going to move around, that the solution to this is to move pumping from areas that are in acute distress to other areas that are also seeing these significant declines. So that's my perspective.
Thanks, Lisa. The only thing I want to clarify there and just make sure we're on the same page is that the water level trend analysis that DARC did was based on 2023 data, not 2018 data. So the contours are 2018, and those are a snapshot in time. But the trend analysis by sub area incorporates data through 2023.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that clarification. I still think we're going to see some, you know, increases in the rates of decline as some of these areas, you know, as more wells go in. So I guess I would still make that point, but thank you.
Yeah, your point is well taken. If you increase pumping in a sub area, you will likely see an increase in the decline trend.
Yeah. Okay, let's roll into the PTW presentation, because certainly this is all interconnected, and any questions now or later are all relevant. So.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, this PTW conversation is tied to all the residents, and the same types of questions are going to continue to come up, and we can discuss that as we move through this. So this presentation, we're going to break it down into three basic pieces. We're just going to cover briefly what is PTW, permissible total withdrawal. We're going to spend the bulk of the presentation slides on the part about determining the PTW values. And then in the end, there's some tables and some figures that summarize our current proposed PTW values within this 15 sub area construct that we're talking about here. So just really quickly, what is PTW? As you've heard, it's the total volume of groundwater allowed to be pumped within a sub area of the critical groundwater area annually. And that'll be a volumetric figure in acre feet. So that's acre feet per year, basically. And moving forward, we're thinking about how do we calculate this. The approach here is based on this target water level trend of no decline. And so in simple terms, then PTW is the volume of groundwater that can be pumped without causing groundwater level declines. That's how those two pieces fit together. So like I said, most of our time today, we'll be talking about how we calculate these PTW values. And the majority of that is going to be focused on our approach for our 6 high priority sub areas. Again, these are Weaver Springs, Dog Mountain, Lawn, Crane, North Harney, and Rock Creek. So in the high priority sub areas, these 6 sub areas, we're proposing to implement what we're calling the hydrograph approach. And the goal of this hydrograph approach is to identify the level of pumpage that can occur within a sub area without causing groundwater level declines. So the approach has 3 basic steps, and we're going to keep coming back to these 3 basic steps through the presentation. So the first thing we need to do is identify the time at which declines began in that sub area. The next part is to identify what the annual pumpage was in that sub area prior to the onset of those declines. So that's the amount of pumpage that can occur in that area without causing declines. And then finally, we take that pumpage value, that historic pumpage value, and that becomes the PTW, the permissible total withdrawal from the sub area. So we're going to spend the next few slides walking through that approach, that hydrograph approach. But first, I'll just touch on our approach for the lower priority sub areas. And these are the areas where we recognize there are declines occurring, but they're not nearly as severe in terms of rate or magnitude. And so our proposal now is to set the PTW in those 9 lower priority sub areas to the level of pumpage that was occurring in 2018. Along with this, and again, recognizing that in some parts of these lower priority sub areas, we do have declines. So along with this 2018 pumpage limit, we're also proposing to enforce the decline conditions in these areas of these lower priority sub areas where we do have more concerning decline rates. We also see the lower priority sub areas as a real opportunity for voluntary actions to continue to reduce those declines that are occurring in those areas. Yeah, please.
So is the permit conditions in excess of the 2018 pumpage? Say you shut off 1,000 acre feet because of permit conditions. Does that affect it to what can be a pump, or is that just off the top?
So by proposing the 2018 pumpage limit in these lower priority sub areas, we know that we recognize that declines were and are occurring in these areas in 2018 and now. So we recognize that that's probably not enough to get us to 0 decline. So along with that limit, we're hopeful that by enforcing the permit decline conditions where in those lower priority areas the declines are more severe, and along with any voluntary reductions that can occur, we can, with those mechanisms, achieve stability. Now, if that doesn't happen, we may need to come in on our 10-year review or 6-year review, whatever it is, and think again about what the appropriate PTW is for those areas if we're still seeing declines broadly.
So it's in addition.
It's in addition.
Okay.
I have a follow-up comment or question about that, Dari. I mean, if in the prior slide, PTW was defined as the amount of pumping to achieve no declines, right?
Right.
You were acknowledging with the data we have available that there are declines happening in the 9 lower priority sub areas. They were happening in 2018 as well.
Correct.
So if you look at the declines happening in 2018, is the assumption here that just in enforcing the permit decline conditions would have stopped the declines in 2018?
We have hope that with the 2018 limit and enforcement of decline conditions, where the declines are occurring, the steeper declines in these lower priority subareas are in very isolated places. So we're hopeful that with the 2018 limits and the enforcement of those decline conditions, that we can get somewhere close to a no decline condition. Now, again, that may end up being an iterative process, and it may require some voluntary reductions as well through CREP or other mechanisms. But understood, your point's well taken.
So just a question for my own edification. Are we also considering the 6 high priority sub areas and the impacts there as potentially having a hydraulic gradient effect that would also be beneficial in these other areas?
Certainly, if we're able to reduce that hydraulic gradient, driving groundwater into these cones of depression, that should help to stabilize water levels outside of those areas as well.
Just remember, Tim, in our policy decision, water flows both ways in that gradient. If you have a cone of depression, water is gonna flow to it, so if you lower that, you're gonna have to get the water level back above it to flow back down into the other area, right?
It's just less water flowing into that cone is how it benefits.
The steeper the gradient, the greater the flux of groundwater across that gradient.
Yeah, it would slow down the draw of water from those other areas. The cone doesn't have to fill in. It's not like there's a ledge there that you have to fill in and go over, right? It's all connected. It's how fast that water is moving towards the bottom of that cone, right? And so by taking that pressure off of other areas, the water is moving away from that sub area less quickly. So what I was trying to drive at there, I think, now that I appreciate Dark's help there, is that it's not just like we're saying this low priority sub area is all on its own, and all we needed to do was enforce decline conditions and we would stop the problem. It's all of these things paired together get us towards that goal of halting decline.
Okay, that sounds good. I hope that is correct. That feels like it might be optimistic in some places. You know, in Crane Buchanan sub area, the median rate of declines is 1.5 feet per year with a, you know, maybe isolated, but nevertheless, total maximum decline of 50 feet in some areas. Just going back to 2018 pumping limits and enforcing decline conditions, I hope that, like, for everybody's sake, that is going to be sufficient in addition to the high priority areas. That's one of the reasons why I want to make sure that there's an iterative adaptive process here so that course correction can happen if that ends up not being sufficient.
Appreciate that.
Lisa, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. On the low priority sub areas. I mean, first of all, I would think you could make some pretty solid calculations about what kind of volume you would expect to kind of recapture or recoup from implementing the permit decline conditions. I mean, that's a known universe, right? And it should be a fairly known volume. And so I guess I would like to see that analysis done. And then as far as just and maybe there's more detail on this later on in the presentation, but it just seems like just saying encourage voluntary reductions is not really that helpful. What we really need is a target sort of water level or some volumetric targets. I mean, I think this piece needs to be a lot more rigorous rather than just we hope it'll work, because there's going to be a lot of effort to go through this whole rulemaking and set everything up, and it would be a lot of work to reopen it in an iterative process. So I just would really urge some more rigor around this piece of the puzzle.
Are you gonna show us the map behind calculating these?
We're getting there. Can I ask a follow-up question there, Lisa? so if we, from my thought around this is that if we have a target water level trend of 0, right, no decline. And if we're releasing on some schedule updates on the water level, the current water level trends in these areas, and the water level isn't 0, or the water level trend is not 0, then everyone within that subarea would know that regulation and a change to the PTW or a reduction of usage is still necessary, right? And so isn't that an incentive for a voluntary reduction? Because the other option is the department comes back and updates the rules in the PTW and does the regulatory action.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you provide more information as to what the target is and what the timeline is.
Okay.
But once maybe you do that analysis, you see like, yeah, I don't know how they all shake out. It looks like some of them have some pretty steep declines that are nowhere close to your reasonably stable definition. So, yeah, what kind of a lift is it, to get there, and how much would these permit condition implementation, like how much would that actually help in some of these areas? I think just needs some more development.
Absolutely. I agree with that. Thank you.
And sorry, Brian, sorry, Derek, one more question. Encourage voluntary reductions, that's in both high priority and lower priority sub areas, right? The goal is to encourage voluntary reductions everywhere.
Fair.
But that's been going on for the last 5 years at least, with especially putting in these LISA systems. I mean, every pivot in the county is switching to these lower water usage systems. And so you may be surprised to find out that they're having an impact already.
Before I move on, Brian asked that I just describe what these permit decline conditions are. So basically at some point, starting probably it's variable, but maybe in the mid to late 90s, most new permits, especially those that were over a certain volume or rate, included conditions that were, included thresholds, triggers. So if your water level at your POA, at your well, declines by certain thresholds, and often it was 25 foot of total decline or 3 feet for a certain number of years, 3 feet per year, then the department could come in and regulate off that use until those water levels recovered. So that's what that term means.
That was in the 2016 rule, the previous rule was based.
Have you ever done that?
In a few limited instances around the state, yeah, not here in Oregon.
And in the last rule committee, we argued over what that should be for individual permits, am I right?
We talked about, I think, revisions of a condition for any permits that were gonna be issued in kind of that tweener state of the new rules. But I don't think we included anything in the current Division 512 rules that really focus on the declining conditions for.
Maybe it was just section 4 and section 6, I don't know, but it was, I'd have to go back and look at it, it was in the rule discussions.
Now, you're right.
25 feet and so many feet a year.
Yeah.
And we were discussing what the term length of time was, and was it realistic to go with that?
And I think those were just for that small group of permits that would have been issued in that interim window as we were transitioning from allocation to the classification where it was just.
My area.
No,
But
that's good though.
That's implemented now in a number of areas, correct?
Well,
That's been ongoing since probably starting in the mid 90s. So most of those that include those conditions are gonna be your more junior groundwater rights out here. Yeah.
Well, it is in place. To what degree we'd have to get clarification.
Right. Okay, so we'll move on to But the first iteration of what we're calling again the hydrograph approach, and we'll look to the Weaver Springs sub area. Again, the goal of the hydrograph approach is to identify the level of pumpage that can occur within a sub area without causing groundwater level declines. So the concept is to first identify the year the declines began, and then looking backward in time prior to that year, determine the amount of pumpage that was occurring prior to the onset of those declines. So the amount of pumping in the area before declines began is the amount of pumpage that the groundwater system in that area can sustain without causing declines. And that annual pumpage then becomes the BTW. So looking at this hydrograph here in the Weaver Springs sub area, we're fortunate in the Weaver Springs sub area to have continuous groundwater level monitoring from the 1960s onward. And the hydrograph shown here is a great example to demonstrate the concepts that we're talking about with this hydrograph approach to BTW. It's straightforward to look at that hydrograph and see that up until 1993, groundwater levels were stable in this area. Declines were not occurring. After 1993, we see nothing but declining groundwater levels. So this 1993 point where we transitioned from stable to declining is what I call the inflection point in the hydrograph, the inflection point in what the groundwater level trends were doing. And it's this inflection point that we're focused on for this hydrograph approach to PTW. So we know that up until that inflection point in 1993, that some level of pumpage was occurring in that area, and that was a sustainable level of pumpage. So I want to pause here because I'm throwing out a date. I'm going to make sure that we're not interpreting that as relating to a priority date for a water right necessarily. We're talking about the actual pumpage, not the paper water or anything else. This is the actual water that was being pumped out of the aquifer prior to 1993. And I know with the priority date issue that can cause some confusion. And so in this Weaver Springs example, the PTW for this area would be equal to the level of pumpage, again, that was occurring up into that 1993 inflection point. We'll get to the specifics of the pumpage history for Weaver Springs and the other high priority sub areas shortly. But before we do, we'll talk about the other 5 high priority sub areas. And admittedly, this is where things get a little more complicated. Again, we've got this long continuous record of water level measurements in Weaver Springs. And unfortunately, in our other 5 high priority sub areas, we don't have the continuous monitoring from the time when groundwater levels were stable through that inflection point and into the era now where we're seeing declines. So we have to come up with another way to approach this problem of identifying this inflection point, this transition from stable to declining. So our approach then is to take the overall decline rate for individual wells within the sub area and project that trend back to an elevation, a groundwater level elevation that represents the time when groundwater level declines weren't occurring and groundwater was stable. So the example hydrograph here illustrates this approach kind of in a generic sense. The red horizontal line represents that historically stable elevation, the elevation of the groundwater levels at a time before declines were occurring at that location. We're going to get into how we determine that elevation in the coming slides, but just to give the overall sense of what this approach is. The green line here represents the decline trend for this particular well. And again, it's the trend off of the spring annual high measurements that we're interested in. You can see the annual variation up and down. It's caused by pumping. We're interested in those spring highs, and that's how we determine our decline trend. And the orange vertical line here represents the year at which the decline trend intercepts that historically stable elevation, which approximates that inflection point year, again, that year when we went from stable to declining. So one challenge with this approach clearly is that it requires us to determine what the elevation of groundwater levels were for any given location before the onset of declines. And we're going to get to that in the next slide, but I want to make sure I pause here and just make sure that see if there's any questions on this overall concept of this kind of backcast into the trends approach.
Would it be 09 or 010?
So here it's kind of, this is just a generic example for the concepts, but here it looks like it's probably 08, 09, somewhere in there.
Okay. Are you gonna have another slide on historically stable elevation?
Absolutely, that's the next big piece of this.
So, but your decline trend line, it's an arbitrary mark out there. You've got no data to prove that when that well was, say that's when it got drilled. You don't know that if you'd have drilled it in whatever that is, 10 or whenever it hit across that historic line, you don't know that that's where it's at. You're just, that's a number.
Well, I think that
you picked.
Well, that historically stable elevation is that important piece, but I think you're also pointing to one of the assumptions that's built into this part of this hydrograph approach, and that is that the decline trend changes linearly from stable to declining. And we know that's probably not the case in every case. We know that in some cases, declines probably started off somewhat slower and that rate has increased over time.
Or maybe that well started there. If you'd have drilled it to 10, maybe it was there, maybe it ran flat out there for 10 years, whatever it was. You're just assuming, you got no data to prove.
I'm assuming what this approach assumes is that the decline is linear, that decline rate is linear. And we have to acknowledge that may not have been the case over time. Very likely, it started off somewhat slower and has increased over time.
It also assumes that the inputs are stable
The inputs,
into the water system.
it does assume that, yeah. This is the solution to our problem that we don't have continuous data across.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what the assumptions are.
Sure, yeah.
That's where things can get tricky, and we just want to make sure our assumptions are reasonable.
Yeah, and we can explore the implications of those assumptions. So, for example, the implication here of assuming that the decline trend is linear from that stable condition, rather than having started out somewhat slower and then ramped up to a higher rate. The implication there is that our intercept year becomes somewhat later in time, right? So what we're saying here may be the value we're coming up here for that inflection point year, maybe some years later than when declines may have actually begun.
Which is more like what it looked like on the Weaver Springs. It went along like this and then dipped, and this isn't taking that. It's just creating a linear line.
We're not trying to model that curve.
Yeah.
And so taking that through to the next kind of logical step, then if this approach is biased towards identifying later inflection point years, what that means is we'll be looking at numbers up to a later inflection point year, and likely picking PTW values that may be somewhat bigger than if we were to actually, maybe somewhat larger than if we were to actually have the continuous data. So this is probably, if we assume that decline started more slowly and then ramped up to this higher rate, we're probably ending up with PTW values that are somewhat higher than if we were to have continuous data like we do in Weaver Springs, and we can see that full curve. So this is biasing towards more pumpage being allowed.
And I just argue that it's really important to start off, with, as conservative as possible and collect some data as you start to manage things, and then you'll know which direction to go. But to take the worst case scenario and have everybody who spent all this money putting on inputs be affected, and then find out, it was really not quite that much. I mean, you're gonna have to be as conservative as possible, which it sounds like you guys are trying to do.
I think there's a strong argument to say that this approach is conservative with respect to curtailment. So it probably biases towards a lower degree of curtailment. Yeah.
And Dart, can you touch briefly on the fact that this is a hydrograph, so this is data from one well, and within any of the sub areas for which you did this analysis, you'll be doing this analysis on multiple wells. Depends on how many.
That's right, and that's where we get into the Q1, Q3 mark and the median and mean. We're gonna look within a sub area for every well that has enough data to perform this analysis, and we're gonna look across that population at what the intercept points are. And we're gonna end up with a range of these inflection point years in the end. And then there's some decision making about which statistical threshold is the appropriate one to choose to represent that sub area. Go ahead, Brent.
Yeah, on being redundant to past meetings, I've always stated that based on statistics and other things, that I've always felt that you gotta have a minimum of 12 years of data to really make good decisions. And in this basin, and based on this and other graphs you're looking at, you're kind of projecting back when there's no data on even some of the older wells. And that's a big hindrance in coming to making decisions. And so I don't know if there's a way to write that into the rule, but when we're looking back and we have very limited historical data in one area and historical data in another, you know, it's apples and oranges in a way, especially when you project out to left some areas. So, I just think that based on what Fred said and other people have said, you know, about the dramatic impacts, we gotta have better data as we go down the road, whether we're looking at voluntary agreements or whatever. So this is what we said back in 16, that we need an incentive on a community basis. That community might be a specific aquifer or whatever, where we have incentive to get better and better data on the private side and the state side. And that's the best rosy scenario, is that we can come to more agreements when we have better data.
Thanks, Fred. And we have every intention to continue to come out here and collect the water level data, to look at the permit condition reported data. The challenge with this specific problem that we're looking at here is that we can't go back to this time and collect that data. And so we've got to work with the data that we do have to try to make these decisions that are in front of us. So now we'll get on to this important point of determining that historically stable groundwater level elevation. So the figure on the right side of the screen here shows the groundwater level contours for May of 1969. And this is a figure from a OWRD USGS cooperative study published in 1970 by A.R. Leonard. So at the time of this publication in 1970, and at the time that these data represent, May of 1969, there were no documented declines occurring across the basin, aside from some indication of problems coming down the road, potentially in Crane. But at the time of the data collection, that was not being observed. So these contours represent that time that we're talking about, that time across the basin when groundwater levels were stable. This is that historically stable elevation that we're trying to project it back to. All right.
So we're trying to project to basically before any groundwater extraction occurs.
No, we're trying to project down back to when groundwater levels were stable.
So groundwater stable meaning when the well was drilled, what that level was.
Where there weren't year-to-year declines occurring.
So not buffering in 25 foot, 50 foot or anything, just going back up to no.
This is to represent what we're seeing in this Weaver Springs example, that period of time when there were not declines occurring, that stable period of time. And I'm not saying in May of 1969 that just after that declines began. We're saying that in May of 1969, those elevations, say Weaver Springs, were up here with these stable wells. And that may have continued on similarly here in a stable fashion until some point in time. And it's that point in time that we're trying to identify this approach.
Yeah, I'm just thinking through what that line would look different if it was 25 foot.
Isn't there some actual data in the well logs? I mean, the people who put the wells in, right, the level at which they,
The driller recorded a static water level. If they recorded a static water level, it would be on the well log, and so that's if it was an accurate measurement, it's a snapshot in time, we capture that in our database.
It could have been October or August.
Yeah, any month that the well was completed, usually they'll measure that static and put it, so it does give us, an early look for the data we have in the early wells, and well logs were pretty sparse. 360.
yeah, I just wondered if it might help you confirm your line that you looking at.
Well, this data set is based on groundwater level measurements that the USGS and agency took in May of 1969. So this is real data. It's not made up, it's not contoured stuff that's just junk. It's based on real water level data, a synoptic event where staff came out here, measured a bunch of wells, and then contoured it. And that represents the water table in May of 1969.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a great data set. We're lucky to have that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It would have been nice to have, 10-year increments of that over time to see how things change and figure out when did things roll over in a particular area.
Yeah, I mean, the ideal situation is we would have had quarterly measurements on multiple wells in all of these sub areas from the 50s up till now, but we have this gap in time, and in most places, in most of our high priority sub areas, that gap in monitoring happens to be assured water level measurements. They went out in May of 1969 and measured, I don't know how many wells across the valley here to make this figure.
Good question there.
Is there any correlation between the rising of Mount Hero Lake and the decline? Because it started declining in the early 90s.
Yeah, I mean, we can look back at some of our hydrographs, like this one covers that period of the mid 80s. And you do maybe see, if you look after kind of the early 80s, maybe there is somewhat of a rise occurring right in through here. Not sure if that's related or not, but certainly no tens of feet type of change happening there. Okay, there's no more, we will move on. So that was how we approach our historically stable elevation for each well location, and that's again from spring of 1969. That historically stable elevation here now, this figure is looking at an individual well, actual water level measurements. Those are the black dots. The blue line here represents that historically stable elevation that we're getting from May of 1969. The red line then is our trend through the water level measurements and projecting back to that elevation. The light blue line, which is kind of difficult to see right here, is that intercept point, that inflection point from stable. If you can imagine this dark blue line continuing back in time, the presumption is that it was stable up until that point. And then we project our trend, and the intercept point is 2006. We can do this for all the wells in a sub area that have sufficient data to do this exercise on, and we can get a distribution in time of the inflection point years for all of those wells within that sub area. And that's what this figure, this box whisker plot and this table on the right, summarizes that distribution in time for these 5 high priority sub areas where we're applying this approach. And so you can see that, for Dog Mountain, Lawn, North Hardy, and Rock Creek, it's a fairly tight distribution of these intercept years. There's a range, but it's a fairly tight distribution, especially if you're looking at the box part of these plots, which represents the middle 50% of the data. In the Crane area, it's obvious we see something else. It's a pretty wide distribution in time of these intercept years. This could be due in part, it's likely due in part that it's known that declines began somewhat earlier in Crane. And even in that May of 1969, Leonard with the USGS was pointing out that there are some concerns to be thinking about in that Crane area. Another complicating piece with Crane is that, and this is kind of difficult to picture, but due to the fact that the rates of decline in Crane are low, half a foot to a foot a year, that the angle of that rate that we're projecting back in time leads to a higher sensitivity in whatever small variance we might have in our trend analysis. So smaller shifts in slope translate to larger shifts in intercept year when we're looking at subareas with lower rates of decline. And so that's probably accounting for a fair bit of that spread we're seeing in Crane as well. But looking at the interquartile range, that's the box in each of these plots. That's the middle 50%. Looking at that range, looking at the median, looking at the mean for these distributions, we can begin to get a sense of a reasonable range of years to represent the onset of declines in each of these 5 sub areas. So just to move over the table here, if we look at the Dog Mountain area, for example, we can see that the middle 50% of the data in our distribution, that's the first quartile to the third quartile, falls within the range of 1997 to 2004. So the full range of our middle 50% in that sub area, that intercept point, that point where water levels transition from being stable to then declining, falls within that range of 1997 to 2004. From this, it's reasonable to consider that our inflection point here to represent that sub area likely falls somewhere within that range. So I'll just pause here because we kind of just stepped through a lot of pieces. Just to reiterate that this piece is all step 1. We're still trying to identify the year that declines began in each of these sub areas. And this, I know it grows a little complicated, but that's really what we're trying to do still up to this point. Determine the year that we transition from stable water levels to declining water levels. The next thing we're going to do, having identified that, is talk about looking at our historic pumpage data to look back in time prior to this time, to these inflection point years where we transition to declining, and look at what was the pumpage prior to that time. What was the pumpage in these sub areas before declines began? I will pause there again. There's a lot on this figure just to see if there's questions, comments. Yes, please.
Is this available online for folks to use later to kind of digest it a little bit?
The PowerPoint will be posted on the website.
Dark, I think it's good to reiterate that those dates aren't priority dates to what they would cut back, because that's kind of get confusing.
That's right. That's right. And I'll do my best to keep reminding us of that. What we're talking about is the amount of actual wet water, groundwater pumpage that was occurring. Not how many water rights were issued, not whose priority date was what at this year. We're talking about the amount of actual groundwater being taken out of the aquifer system up until that point.
So I check in real quick too. It's 4:45, this we'll move right along. If we go a little long, apologize, but obviously this is an important topic. I don't see that there's any additional public comments. We can take this to 5. There is one RAC member though that wants to provide input at the end. So.
Okay.
And my son's basketball game at 5:30, so I will be leaving.
I'll do my best to put
right now. Yeah, but my son doesn't play until 5:30. Okay.
I'll push on. So let's step away from the water levels. Let's step away from those inflection points for just a moment. And so once we've identified that year, that inflection point, we've got to look back in time prior to that point and evaluate the annual pumpage that was occurring in that sub area without causing the declines to begin. So again, just to reiterate, the goal of the hydrograph approach is to identify the level of pumpage that can occur without causing declines. And so what it boils down to is the amount of pumpage that was occurring in a sub area prior to declines can be considered the permissible pumpage or the permissible total withdrawal for that sub area. So what do we look for our historic pumpage? Fortunately, we have the published estimates of groundwater pumpage, both the field scale satellite-based pumpage estimates for select years between 1991 and 2018. And prior to that, we have decade scale estimates based on water rights and crop water needs on a decadal scale from 1930 to 1990. We can use these historic pumpage estimates to determine the level of pumpage that was occurring in these areas prior to the onset of water level declines, prior to our inflection point from this hydrograph approach. So now we'll be looking at pumpage history. So the plot here on the right is a time series plot of pumpage in the North Harney sub area. So on the x-axis is time, it's very small, I apologize. And on the y-axis is the groundwater use in acre feet. And you can see going back to from the 70s up through 2018, that the pumpage has varied and for the most part has gone up over time. The lines here, the vertical colored lines through the plot represent, going back to our box whisker plots, represent those inflection point years, represents the distribution of those inflection point years for this sub area. So the first quartile of those inflection point years, that's the light blue line. The median is in yellow, the mean is in red, and the third quartile is in the dark blue. So this is that range of inflection point years for the middle 50% of our inflection point data from the hydrograph approach. We can look back in time on this plot to the time before those inflection point years to identify and evaluate the maximum pumpage that was occurring in that sub area prior to the onset of seeing declines begin to occur there. So PTW then becomes the maximum pumpage that occurred prior to the onset of declines in that area. So, looking a bit closer at this plot, I think it becomes pretty intuitive why we might have started to see declines in that range of years represented by our vertical lines here. You can see that between 94 and about 2000, the pumpage in this sub area jumped from under 2,000 acre feet per year to well over 4,000 acre feet per year, almost more than doubled. And it was over this very period of time that we began to see declines develop in this area. So again, we set our PTW to the pumpage that was occurring prior to the onset of declines identified by the inflection points from our hydrograph approach, combined with our historic pumpage estimates from the published reports.
Those I can't see, so.
And I apologize, I realize the numbers are small.
People back there can see them. I'm blind, but.
No. We will publish this online.
It's not a bad looking hydrograph.
Keep thinking that. All right. Maybe instead of looking at water, we look at pumping changes.
Okay, so that was the general description with a couple of examples. And I'm just going to keep reiterating. I'm just going to keep bringing us back to these main points. The goal of the hydrograph approach is to identify the level of pumpage that can occur without causing groundwater level declines. Step one is to determine when the declines began. That's the inflection point when water levels change from stable to declining. We can do this either directly from a hydrograph with continuous data, like we did in Weaver Springs, or we can do this by projecting back our groundwater level trends to that identified historically stable elevation. So let's move on. Okay, I do have a point to stop here for questions, but I think we'll just keep moving. So let's step back from our 6 high priority sub areas, the hydrograph approach. Let's pause on that and look back again at our lower priority sub areas. So now we're getting into the numbers. What is the PTW?
So this is where we apply the 2018 pumpage. And that value becomes the PTW for those lower priority sub areas. And that's what these values look like. I think these were mailed out to the RAC at a time. These will be available on our website moving forward. This is what we're looking at now. And these are the values directly from the published reports. There's no rounding here. These are the raw numbers. I'll mention again that in addition to the 2018 limit, we're looking at the decline conditions. We're hopeful for voluntary reductions if we're not seeing the results that we need to see.
And then your last slide is the PCW for the high priority sub areas.
Yeah.
Got that on there.
It must have gotten out of order. So here, now we're jumping back to the high priority sub areas and our hydrograph approach, our inflection points. So the table here on the left and the bar chart on the right summarizes the range of possible PTW values by sub area, depending on which statistical threshold is used to represent that inflection point year. Because remember, we've got a distribution of those inflection point years for each sub area. So this is broken up by that first quartile, the third quartile, the median, and the median. So these thresholds represent the middle 50% of the data for our inflection point years for each sub area. The gray bars there on the bar chart represent the 2018 level of pumpage from our pumpage estimates. So the space in each of those bars above the colored part in gray basically represents what the curtailment would be from the 2018 levels of pumpage. You can see, that depending on which statistical threshold is considered, be it first quartile, median, mean, and so forth, you can end up with a different PTW. And I will just point out again that because in Weaver Springs, we do have that continuous data, that we did just go ahead and use the direct hydrograph approach for Weaver Springs, and that's why it's presented a little differently here. So the question then becomes, what's the appropriate year? What's the appropriate threshold to represent the onset of declines in the sub area? And one option might be to choose the first quartile of our inflection point years. From this hydrograph approach, we can be fairly certain that by this first quartile year, by Q1 time, declines were occurring at least some locations in that sub area. However, it's less certain that widespread declines were occurring across that sub area. And certainly some locations may not have been in decline in that sub area at all at that point. Another option might be to consider using the median of the inflection point years. According to our approach, using the median year means that half of the wells that were evaluated were in decline by that time. It might be a more conservative option with respect to curtailment than using the first quartile. But given the somewhat indirect nature of the hydrograph approach and the range of inflection point years, we believe the median year is probably a reasonable choice to represent that onset of declines for these areas. So we're considering the median year, looking for feedback on that choice. And I'll say the median year still represents a substantial reduction in pumpage from the 2018 pumpage values, as you can see in the bar chart here. Just to make this point again, regardless of which threshold is used and what the PTW is finally set at, we'll be reevaluating water level data across the basin on 3-year recurring cycles. And if it becomes clear that the PTW is not achieving our goal of stabilizing water levels, a new rules advisory committee can be formed. We can revise those values if needed. So that is all the slides, and Zach, please.
Can you swing us back to that last slide real quick? The primary question with median versus Q1, I mean, when you look at the numbers in the figure,
yeah,
that only really matters for Crane.
That's right.
With a wee little bit of mattering for Rock Creek, right?
Correct.
Those are the only 2 of the 6 sub areas that have a different Q1 versus mean.
And for Crane, it's substantial.
Yeah, because of that uncertainty you mentioned with the slope, the low slope.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page about what are we really talking about? What are we comparing when we talk about Q1 versus?
That's right. If you look at lawn, it doesn't really matter at all which one you choose. We've got a pretty tight cluster there, and the variance isn't as high.
So with high variability in Crane, we should go with Q3.
Thank you for your comment. I agree with you. Any questions? Brandon, online, RAC member had a question or comment.
Hey, yeah, thank you for letting me say a few things. And I do apologize. This is going to be more of a summary of some of the discussions that we've had throughout the entire RAC meeting today. So I'm going to refer back to a couple of things that were discussed earlier. I wanted to say just a couple things about, we've been talking a lot about the economic impacts of reducing water withdrawal in the Harney Basin. And I kind of wanted to mention, to look at that from a bit of a different perspective. Without water in Harney Basin, there is no economy. And I'm not sure that everyone in the room quite understands the severity of the situation that we're dealing with here. I think that OWRD is starting to understand that. I think they've got a pretty good, understanding of how serious this issue is. But I'm not sure that the water users, the larger water users in the basin, are on the same page with just how important it is that we come to that we get to a point where we are getting to that level of equality, and are no longer in a state of decline. And so I kind of want to reframe this discussion a little bit, in terms of, we really need to start talking about this situation, coming to the solutions that we need to get to that really address the current state of affairs in the Harney Basin, and that we are paying attention to how serious this is. And so that's really all I wanted to get across.
Thank you, Brandon. Quick check-in, anybody from the public that hadn't provided no comment yet interested? We do have 1, 2, okay, so let's get to the folks that haven't provided comment. So let's go right ahead, up front and in the back.
I'm just an observer, Jerry Temple, and I just had some questions or some doubts, I guess. In the lawn area, you guys finally got to some of that, and the lady in front of me seemed to make a comment about it being flooded. And in the late 80s, early 90s, that lake was 3 times its size. Its elevation was beyond the highway going to Crane. They had to raise that highway up. And there were many, many little wells out there that were drilled in the homesteaders' days beyond. And those wells were taking water like you wouldn't believe for at least 10-year period. And I'm not saying the water was that high all that time, but for a substantial amount of time, it went dry, and then it kind of had another winter where it recapped again and started flooding from the lake out. A lot of it was coming off the steams. And those wells will take as much water as you can pump out of them. If you're pouring water in the top, if it's a 1,000-gallon well, if you're pouring in 1,000 gallons, it's taking that in. It had to go somewhere. Maybe it went to some of it to Weaver Springs. I don't know. What I've lived in this valley since I was 0 years old, and that's been a long time. But the Weaver Springs thing started back in the 60s and 70s, and that's what your data shows. But I think, and I don't know, I'm not a geologist, but I think there's a lot of geology in this county that we don't know anything about. But all the Northwest is made up of volcanic activity, is that correct? Am I correct on that?
Much of it is, yeah.
The whole Northwest, pretty much. And most of the faults are running from northwest to southeast, and then at a 90-degree angle across there. Is that what the faults, geology faults are?
Here in Hardin County, generally, yeah.
Generally. How about the Northwest? Isn't that the way most of them run in the Northwest?
Like the Pacific Northwest?
Yeah.
That doesn't hold as regionally, you know.
Okay, I know they are in this valley. And if that's the case, if they take, I hope Water Resources is kind of doing something about the federal government wanting to take out the dams on the Snake River and the Columbia River. Do you guys follow me what I'm gonna get to on this? When them dams go out, Hardy Basin is probably gonna be part of the Great Basin with cactuses growing on it from here to Arizona. Because it may be what's filling this aquifer under, we don't know, I guess maybe I should ask the question. How are our major aquifers being filled in the Hardy Basin? Anybody know that?
I don't know that we have time to really
I don't want
that
to
right now.
on it.
I would point you to some videos that we do have available on our rulemaking website, some information.
I don't like computers.
You know.
I can't handle them. Them labor saving devices just screw me up. I waste more time than I can possibly spend on it.
Maybe after the meeting, we can put aside and.
Just tell me.
In 30 seconds,
Do they know,
recharge.
they know how these basins are filled, yes or no?
Yeah, recharge in the Hardy Basin comes from precipitation in the uplands primarily.
That's where?
In the upland, in the Blue Mountains, up on Steens Mountain. That's where the moisture in this basin is coming down.
So you're figuring this basin is a short fill. It's not coming off of the Cascades, it's not coming off the Steens. It's not coming,
Comes off the stands,
it's not coming off of the Snake River, any of that. Nothing this way.
No evidence to suggest big
Okay.
regional flow like that.
If you know where it's at, then that's fine, but this basin has filled for 1,000 years. Because some of the water that got out of this basin was supposed to be 1,000 years old, right?
Older, yeah.
And it's pumped out of wells that maybe had a little newer water in it. What, does that 1,000-year-old water sit at the bottom of the hole? Is that how that works?
In a general sense, as you drill deeper, you're probably looking at older water.
Because it's just slowly percolated down into the upper elevation? How does it get from a solid rock formation into another solid rock?
There is a lot to go into here.
I know, and that's my point exactly. We're trying to make this simple, and it's not simple.
Appreciate it. What, can I get your name real quick for the record?
Jerry Temple.
Okay, that's where you're going by today?
What's that?
That's pulling out there. All right, we got, you, sir. Yep. Yes.
Fred, I have a question for you. Have you ran, saying it sounds like you have a lot of the numbers from years past. Have you ran the numbers, what would be, how many pivots could actually operate and you be economical? And the power increase go up just enough that people could maybe handle it in our area?
That's a good transition. So Fred, if you can answer that if you like, but also if you have another additional comment, go right ahead.
Well, the hard part, we're gonna count is if you say how many people need to come to make me happy is like.
Right,
a million, yeah, but currently, right now, what we're at, we survive that. Okay, versus there's gonna be costs, because as I said, you know, we've got the governor that wants to take away hydro resources, which is the cheapest resource, and that's where I get my power. That's gonna go up. You know, just so y'all know, my Bonneville rates went up 24% last year, so if you guys think that rates aren't going up, please buckle up, good. But a question that I have a little bit too is, number one is, back to economic impact. You know, when we talk about going back to you know, a historic level, you know, that's where we want to get and maintain at 0. My question is are we really, what is the economic benefit of our water level being at 4,000 feet versus 4,100 feet? And we have 100 feet of water down there that we're never going to use because we decided not to pump it. What's the economic benefit to that versus the economic devastation that you're about to do? And that's how I put it. Because I lived through the spotted owl. So this to me is sounding a lot like it. You know, we're all claiming, you know, the world's coming to an end. I will mention to the one person that's on there, OTEC does some irrigation in this area, but all the irrigation you're talking about on your maps and in those areas, that's Harney Electric's territory. So I think I can kind of speak for that, but I don't see the benefit of having water stored in the ground and it just sits there forever. So that's why I'm saying maybe we need to look at the level where we're at today. It's like I said in Nevada, they said, okay, no more new pumps, no more new wells, we're just staying here. But no, we want to go back to some historic level. And my question is, what's the benefit? And the gentleman online said, you know, I don't think the larger irrigators, you know, are paying attention, whatever. I can tell you also, you don't have most of the largest irrigators in the spring. Okay, you have one. You're missing the other 25 top irrigators that I have in Harney County. And they've never been at these meetings. So if you're talking about let's do a volunteer thing or whatever, you got most of the people out of the room. So I'm just trying to tell you, you need to start thinking about this and you need to figure out how to engage those people. Okay? You don't have big users in the room. Never have. Now, you may have invited them and they didn't want to show up, but what I'm saying is you're making decisions without input that's going to affect some people. And some of those people employ a lot of people in this county. So just an observation of what I've seen. This is my first meeting. I haven't ever been invited, even though it's economically going to make things tough. But and thanks for the 2-year time frame of when it's going to take you to do your stuff, because that's about the time I'll probably retire.
Sir, what was your name?
Yep, Nathan, Allington.
Okay, thank you very much. Just want to get that for the record. All right. Well, that wraps us up. We're just a little bit over. We didn't get to fiscal impact, but we kind of anticipated that. Next meeting is March 6th. So thank you, everybody. Great conversation today.
Great.